Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. This happened 2 years ago, during the summer before my senior year of high school. I was 17 then, living in the Catskill region of New York with my family. The area was perfect for someone like me who craved outdoor adventures, endless mountain ranges, winding hiking paths, and nature preserves that seemed to stretch on forever. Our suburban neighborhood sat right on the edge of wilderness, making it easy to disappear into the woods whenever I needed to escape. My friend Dylan was the lucky one among our group. His family had just moved into this incredible house that backed directly into the Catskill Nature Preserve. The property was something out of a magazine, a sprawling stone patio with an in-ground pool and hot tub, surrounded by perfectly manicured landscaping. But what made it truly special was what lay beyond the back fence, a professional fire pit area that connected to a well-maintained trail system leading deep into the mountains. Dylan's parents had struck gold with this purchase, and we all knew it. The house became our unofficial headquarters that summer, the launching point for countless adventures into the wilderness that stretched endlessly behind his backyard. Our friend group consisted of 4 core members: myself, Dylan, Trevor, and our newest addition, Camden. Camden had moved to the area just 3 months earlier, and while he'd integrated well into our group, he hadn't yet experienced what we considered our ultimate test of courage: a nighttime hike up the mountain trail. The trail itself was deceptively simple during daylight hours. After 5 minutes of walking through dense forest, you'd emerge into a breathtaking meadow filled with waist-high grass that swayed hypnotically in the breeze. The elevated field offered stunning views of the surrounding valley, with golden sunlight filtering through the trees and creating an almost magical atmosphere. Beyond the meadow, the trail continued to an abandoned railroad track that cut straight through the mountain. Crossing those tracks opened up access to the steeper, more challenging mountain path that led to our favorite lookout point. During the day, this hike was pure joy. At night, it transformed into something entirely different. The same peaceful meadow became an exposed danger zone where anything could be watching from the tree line. The railroad tracks, so picturesque in sunlight, turned into an eerie corridor that seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions, disappearing into absolute darkness. The mountain trail itself became a gauntlet of shadows and strange sounds, where every snapping twig could signal potential danger. We'd done night hikes before, but always as a complete group. Camden had only experienced the trail during daylight hours, hiking with us on lazy afternoon adventures when the biggest concern was sunburn. Now, as the summer progressed, we'd decided it was time for his initiation. The plan was simple. He would lead us up the mountain path at night, proving he had the courage and outdoor skills to be a true member of our tight-knit group. The afternoon leading up to that fateful night had been perfect. We'd spent hours at Dylan's pool, enjoying the freedom that came with his parents being away for the weekend. A group of girls from school had joined us for most of the day, but as evening approached, we'd made it clear this would be a guys-only adventure. By 10 o'clock, we were alone, sitting around the fire pit as the sun disappeared behind the mountains. The anticipation was building. Camden seemed nervous but excited, constantly asking questions about the trail difficulty and what to expect. Dylan assured him it would be fine, explaining how we'd done this hike dozens of times and knew every rock, route, and turn by heart. Trevor joked that the hardest part would be not laughing when Camden inevitably jumped at every shadow and sound. But as we gathered our supplies and prepared for the hike, I felt something I couldn't quite identify. The air seemed heavier than usual, and the familiar sounds of the forest had taken on an ominous quality. The crickets seemed louder, more aggressive. The wind through the trees carried an unusual chill despite the warm summer evening. Even the fire seemed to burn differently, casting shadows that moved in ways that made me uncomfortable. Looking back now, I wonder if some part of me sensed what was coming. Maybe it was instinct, or maybe it was just teenage paranoia. But something felt wrong about that night from the very beginning. Unfortunately, excitement and peer pressure overrode any caution I might have felt. We were 17-year-old boys convinced of our own invincibility, about to venture into darkness with no understanding of what waited for us in those woods. By 11 o'clock, we had gathered everything we thought we'd need: heavy-duty flashlights with extra batteries, pocket knives, backpacks with water and snacks, and Dylan's father's emergency whistle in case we got separated. The gear felt reassuring in the bright lights of the house, but as we stepped through the back gate and onto the trail, everything took on a different weight. The familiar became foreign, and the comfortable became threatening. The initial section of the trail was narrow, forcing us to walk single file with Camden in the lead. The beam of his flashlight created a cone of visibility that extended maybe 15 feet ahead, beyond which everything disappeared into absolute blackness. The trees seemed to press in on both sides, their branches forming a canopy so thick that even the moonlight couldn't penetrate it. Every step we took seemed amplified in the silence, our footfalls echoing off the trees and creating a rhythm that sounded almost like pursuit. Camden was trying to project confidence, but I could see the tension in his shoulders and the way he kept sweeping his flashlight back and forth nervously. Behind him, Dylan offered encouragement and direction, pointing out familiar landmarks that were now barely visible in the darkness. Trevor brought up the rear, occasionally making jokes to lighten the mood, but even his usual humor seemed forced. The forest at night was alive in ways that daylight never revealed. Strange rustling sounds came from the underbrush on both sides of the trail, accompanied by distant calls from nocturnal animals we couldn't identify. Branches creaked overhead without any wind to move them. Leaves scattered across the path as if disturbed by invisible feet. The temperature seemed to drop with each step we took deeper into the woods, and I found myself pulling my jacket tighter despite the summer warmth we'd left behind at the house. After what felt like hours but was probably only 10 minutes, we reached the edge of the meadow. During the day, this transition was always dramatic and beautiful, stepping from forest shade into brilliant sunlight and expansive views. At night, it was terrifying. The meadow stretched out before us like a vast black ocean, with the tall grass creating waves of movement that could hide anything. The openness that felt so freeing during daylight now felt dangerously exposed. The moon was visible but partially obscured by clouds, providing just enough light to create confusing shadows and shapes throughout the field. The grass moved constantly, responding to wind currents we couldn't feel, creating the illusion of things moving through it. Every few seconds, a particularly strong gust would cause an entire section to bend and sway, looking exactly like something large pushing through it toward us. Camden stopped at the meadow's edge, his flashlight beam barely penetrating the darkness ahead. "How do we know where to go?" he asked, and I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. Dylan pointed toward the far side of the field, where the continuation of the trail was marked by a gap in the trees. It looked impossibly distant, and the path across the meadow was little more than a slightly worn track through the grass. We began crossing the field in a tight group, no longer maintaining the single file formation. The exposed feeling was overwhelming. We were visible from any direction with nowhere to hide if something went wrong. The grass on either side of the narrow path was tall enough to conceal a person, and it moved constantly, creating false alarms every few steps. My imagination began conjuring threats behind every shadow, and I found myself turning frequently to check our surroundings. Halfway across the meadow, we heard our first unexplained sound. It was a low, guttural noise that seemed to come from somewhere in the grass to our right. We all stopped immediately, flashlights pointed toward the sound, but the beams revealed nothing except swaying vegetation. The noise lasted maybe 3 seconds, then stopped abruptly. We stood frozen, straining to hear any follow-up. But the meadow had returned to its normal symphony of wind and rustling grass. "Probably just a deer," Dylan whispered, but his voice lacked conviction. We resumed walking, but the pace had quickened noticeably. The remaining distance to the far tree line seemed to take forever, with each step feeling more urgent than the last. By the time we reached the continuation of the trail, we were all breathing heavily and constantly looking over our shoulders. The forest on the far side of the meadow felt different from what we'd left behind. The trees were older and larger, creating an even denser canopy that blocked out what little moonlight had been available in the field. The trail here was less maintained, with more obstacles to navigate and less clear direction. Camden continued to lead, but his progress had slowed considerably as he carefully picked his way around fallen logs and protruding roots. The section of trail leading to the railroad tracks was the most challenging part of the hike, even during daylight. The path wound steadily upward through increasingly dense forest, with several creek crossings and a notorious patch of thorn bushes that had to be navigated carefully. At night, these obstacles became genuine hazards that required constant attention and teamwork to overcome safely. The thorn bushes were particularly treacherous in the darkness. What looked like a simple detour during the day became a complex puzzle of finding openings between the thorny branches while maintaining our footing on uneven ground. We had to move through one at a time, with the person in front calling back warnings about particularly dangerous spots. My jacket got caught several times, and I could feel thorns scraping against my legs despite wearing thick jeans. Camden was struggling with the terrain, occasionally stumbling or getting momentarily disoriented when his flashlight beam didn't reveal enough detail to navigate safely. Dylan stayed close behind him, offering guidance and encouragement, but I could sense growing frustration in both of them. Trevor and I followed, trying to keep spirits up with occasional comments, but the oppressive atmosphere of the forest was making casual conversation increasingly difficult. The sounds around us had changed as we climbed higher. The familiar cricket chorus had faded, replaced by more mysterious noises, occasional snapping branches, rustling that seemed too purposeful to be wind-driven, and distant calls that might have been owls, but sounded somehow wrong. Our own noise seemed amplified in the forest, with every footstep, every whispered comment, every rustle of clothing echoing back from the trees in ways that made it sound like we were being followed. About 20 minutes into this section of the hike, we encountered the rocky hill that led up to the railroad tracks. During the day, this was a fun scramble over boulders and through crevices. At night, it became a dangerous climb that required complete focus and careful placement of every hand and foot. The rocks were damp from evening dew, making them slippery and unpredictable. Camden's flashlight could only illuminate one small section at a time, forcing us to climb largely by feel. I was third in the climbing order, following behind Dylan, when I heard Camden give a sharp intake of breath above us. "There's something up here," he said, his voice tight with tension. Dylan immediately climbed faster to reach him, and I could hear urgent, whispered conversation above me. Trevor, still at the bottom of the rock face, called up asking what was happening. "Just some weird marks in the dirt," Dylan called back down, but his tone suggested he was more concerned than he was letting on. When I reached the top of the rocks and emerged onto the railroad right-of-way, I saw what had caught Camden's attention. The gravel between the rails was disturbed in a pattern that looked almost like footprints. But they were wrong somehow, too long, with spacing that didn't match normal human stride patterns. The railroad tracks themselves stretched away in both directions, disappearing into complete darkness beyond the range of our flashlights. During daylight hours, you could see for miles in both directions, with the tracks following the natural contours of the mountain ridge. At night, they created a corridor of absolute blackness that seemed to swallow our light beams. The silence here was different too, heavier and more complete, as if the tracks absorbed sound rather than reflecting it. We gathered on the gravel bed between the rails, ostensibly to rest before tackling the final ascent to the lookout point, but really because none of us wanted to admit how unsettled we were becoming. The railroad had always been one of our favorite parts of the hike, a dramatic transition point where civilization's remnants met pure wilderness. Tonight, it felt ominous and unwelcoming. Camden kept his flashlight beam trained on the disturbed gravel, clearly bothered by what he'd found. "Those don't look like normal footprints," he said, stating what we were all thinking. Dylan knelt down to examine them more closely, but the shifting gravel made it impossible to determine exactly what had created the marks. They could have been animal tracks, or the result of maintenance workers, or just natural settling of the railroad bed. But they could also have been something else entirely. Trevor suggested we continue to the lookout point and worry about the tracks on our way back down. It was a reasonable proposal, and staying on schedule would get us back to the safety of Dylan's house sooner. But as we prepared to cross the tracks and enter the final section of trail, I noticed something that made my stomach clench with fear. The disturbed gravel wasn't just random scuffing. There was a clear pattern leading from where we stood toward the mountain trail entrance. Whatever had made those marks had been heading in the same direction we were planning to go, and the tracks looked recent. The final section of trail to the lookout point was typically our favorite part of the entire hike. The path was well maintained and clearly marked, winding through beautiful forest with several scenic overlooks along the way. The climb was challenging but not difficult, and the anticipation of reaching our destination usually made the time pass quickly. Tonight, everything felt different. The moment we crossed the railroad tracks and entered the mountain trail proper, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The forest here felt older and wilder, with massive trees that must have been growing for centuries. Their trunks were so large that our flashlight beams couldn't illuminate their full circumference, creating the impression that we were walking through a grove of living pillars that disappeared into the darkness above our heads. Camden had settled into a steady rhythm leading our group, but I could see the strain was beginning to show. His flashlight beam wavered more frequently, and he was breathing harder than the moderate climb warranted. Dylan continued offering encouragement and navigation tips, but his own nervousness was becoming apparent in the way he kept checking over his shoulder and sweeping his light from side to side. The trail here followed a series of switchbacks that took us steadily higher up the mountain face. Each turn revealed a new section of forest, but also eliminated our view of where we'd just been. The effect was disorienting, making it impossible to maintain a sense of direction or distance traveled. What should have been a familiar route became a maze of similar-looking trees and shadows. About 15 minutes into the climb, we began hearing sounds that couldn't be easily explained. They started as occasional snapping branches somewhere in the forest around us, but the sounds seemed to follow our progress up the mountain. Whenever we stopped to listen, the noises stopped too. When we resumed hiking, they resumed as well, maintaining a consistent distance that suggested they were pacing us rather than coinciding with our movement by chance. Trevor was the first to voice what we were all thinking. "Is something following us?" he whispered during one of our listening stops. The question hung in the air, unanswered, because none of us wanted to confirm what we were all suspecting. Dylan suggested it was probably just echo effects from our own footsteps, but even he didn't sound convinced by his explanation. The sounds grew more distinct as we climbed higher. What had started as random branch snapping evolved into a rhythm that definitely suggested bipedal movement. There would be two distinct sounds in succession, like footsteps, followed by a pause, then two more sounds. The timing matched human walking pace, but the sounds themselves were wrong. They were too heavy, as if whatever was making them weighed much more than a normal person, or was deliberately stepping harder than necessary. Camden's pace had increased noticeably, and he was no longer stopping to carefully examine obstacles before navigating them. His urgency was infectious, and soon we were all moving faster than was safe on the uneven trail. Several times, one of us stumbled or nearly tripped, but we kept pushing upward, driven by a growing sense that we needed to reach the lookout point as quickly as possible. The temperature seemed to drop with each step we climbed, despite the physical exertion that should have warmed us up. The air felt thinner, too, though we weren't at high enough elevation for that to make sense. Most disturbing of all, the familiar scents of the forest, pine, earth, decaying leaves, were being overwhelmed by something else. It was a musty, organic smell that reminded me of wet animal fur, but stronger and more unpleasant. When we were perhaps 10 minutes from the lookout point, Camden suddenly stopped so abruptly that Dylan nearly collided with him. "Did you guys hear that?" Camden whispered, his voice barely audible. We all strained to listen, and after a few seconds we heard what had caught his attention. It was a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard in the forest, a low, rhythmic noise that seemed to come from somewhere ahead of us on the trail. It wasn't quite growling and wasn't quite breathing, but it had elements of both. The sound came in regular intervals, lasting about 3 seconds each time, with 5-second pauses between repetitions. We stood frozen on the trail, listening to this mysterious sound and trying to determine its source and distance. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the lookout point, which meant whatever was making it was positioned between us and our destination. The logical response would have been to turn around and head back down the mountain, but teenage pride and curiosity overrode common sense. Dylan suggested we continue but move more carefully, staying alert for any signs of danger. Camden agreed, though I could see his hands shaking as he gripped his flashlight. Trevor and I exchanged glances that communicated our shared nervousness, but neither of us wanted to be the one to suggest retreat. We resumed climbing, but now every step felt like a move in a dangerous game where we didn't know the rules or understand the stakes. The final approach to the lookout point had always been the most rewarding part of our hike. The trail made one last steep climb through a gap in the rock face, then opened onto a natural stone platform that offered spectacular views of the Hudson River Valley below. On clear nights, you could see lights from towns 20 miles away, creating a glittering tapestry that made the challenging hike worthwhile. Tonight, as we approached that familiar gap in the rocks, everything felt wrong. The mysterious sound we'd been hearing had stopped about 5 minutes earlier, leaving us in a silence that felt heavy and expectant. Camden's flashlight beam revealed the familiar rock formation ahead, but the shadows seemed deeper and more ominous than they should have been. We reached the base of the final climb and paused to catch our breath and steel our nerves. The rock face that led to the lookout point was maybe 15 feet high, with natural handholds and ledges that made it an easy scramble during daylight. At night, it became a treacherous climb where a single misstep could result in a serious fall. Camden went first, his flashlight clamped between his teeth to free both hands for climbing. The beam created wild, swinging shadows as he moved, making it difficult for the rest of us to follow his progress. Dylan went next, then me, with Trevor bringing up the rear. The climb took several minutes, with each of us calling out warnings about loose rocks or tricky handholds. When I finally pulled myself over the edge onto the lookout platform, I was surprised by what I saw. Camden and Dylan were standing at the far edge of the platform, but they weren't looking out at the valley view. Instead, they were staring at something on the stone surface near their feet. Their body language suggested confusion and concern. "What is it?" I asked as I approached them, with Trevor climbing up behind me. Dylan pointed his flashlight at the ground, revealing what had caught their attention. The stone platform was covered with marks that looked like they'd been scratched or scraped into the rock surface. The marks formed rough patterns that might have been random, but seemed too deliberate to be natural weathering. The scratches were deep enough to be clearly visible in our flashlight beams, and they covered an area roughly 10 feet square in the center of the platform. Some of the marks looked recent, with sharp edges that hadn't been worn smooth by weather. Others appeared older, creating layers of scratching that suggested whatever had made them had been returning to this spot repeatedly over time. Trevor joined us and immediately noticed something we'd missed. "Look at this," he said, directing his flashlight to the edge of the platform. There, clearly visible in the dirt that had accumulated in cracks between the stones, were the same unusual footprint patterns we'd seen at the railroad tracks. But these were clearer and more defined, showing what definitely looked like foot shapes but with proportions that weren't quite human. The prints were longer than normal human feet and narrower. But most disturbing was the spacing between them. The stride length suggested something with much longer legs than any of us possessed. The depth of the impressions indicated significant weight, but the narrow shape suggested something lean rather than bulky. We stood in a tight group in the center of the platform, flashlights pointed downward at the evidence around us. The spectacular view that had drawn us here was forgotten, overshadowed by the growing realization that we weren't alone on this mountain. Something else used this lookout point, and based on the extensive markings, it had been coming here regularly. The wind had picked up since we'd reached the platform, creating a constant rustling in the trees below us and making it difficult to distinguish between natural sounds and potential threats. Every few seconds, a particularly strong gust would cause branches to scrape against each other, producing sounds that could easily be mistaken for movement or voices. Camden was the first to suggest we should leave. "I don't like this," he said, stating what we were all feeling. "Whatever made these marks might come back." Dylan agreed, and we began preparing for the descent. But as we gathered near the edge where we'd climbed up, Trevor made an observation that stopped us cold. "The footprints," he said, pointing his flashlight toward the climbing route. "They continue down the rocks. Whatever made them went down the same way we came up." He traced the beam along the stone surface, revealing clear impressions in the dirt and moss that covered the rock face. The prints led from the platform down toward the trail we'd just climbed. The implications were terrifying. If these tracks were recent, and if whatever made them had descended the same route we'd used to reach the lookout, then it might still be somewhere on the trail below us. Our route back to safety could be blocked by whatever creature had been using this place as its territory. We spent several minutes discussing options, but there really was only one choice. We had to go back down the same trail we'd used to reach the lookout point. The alternative was spending the night on the exposed platform, which none of us were prepared for. As frightening as the descent might be, staying put seemed even more dangerous. Dylan took the lead for the climb back down to the trail, with Camden following behind him. I went third, and Trevor brought up the rear. The descent was nerve-wracking, with every handhold and footstep requiring careful testing before committing our weight. The knowledge that something else had recently made this same climb added an extra layer of anxiety to an already challenging task. When we finally reached the trail level and regrouped, we made a decision that probably saved our lives. Instead of heading directly back down the mountain the same way we'd come up, we decided to take the longer route that branched off from the main trail about halfway down. This alternate path would add 15 minutes to our descent, but it would also take us away from whatever might be waiting on the direct route. The trail fork that would prove so significant to our night was located about halfway down the mountain, at a point where the main path was joined by an older, less maintained route that eventually merged back with the primary trail near the bottom. During our daytime hikes, we'd explored both branches and knew they were equally safe, though the alternate route was longer and more challenging. Our original plan had been simple. Camden would take the longer path alone as a final test of his courage and navigation skills, while the rest of us took the direct route back to the railroad tracks. We'd meet up at the bottom, complete Camden's initiation with congratulations and backslapping, then head home to celebrate another successful adventure. The plan seemed reasonable when we'd discussed it at Dylan's house, but now, after everything we'd experienced, it felt recklessly dangerous. However, Camden insisted on going through with the original plan. "I didn't come this far to chicken out now," he said, trying to project confidence despite the obvious fear in his voice. "Besides, if something is following the main trail, the alternate route might actually be safer." His logic was sound, but the idea of splitting up our group felt wrong, given what we'd encountered. Dylan tried to convince him to stick with us, pointing out that the initiation was just a symbolic gesture, and that he'd already proven his courage by leading us to the lookout point under such difficult conditions. But Camden was adamant, and eventually we agreed to proceed with the original plan, though with significant modifications for safety. We synchronized our watches and established check-in procedures. Camden would signal us with his flashlight every 5 minutes, and we would respond with our own lights to confirm visual contact. If anyone failed to make contact at the designated times, the other group would immediately come looking. We also agreed on emergency signals and established a rendezvous point at the bottom of the trail. The split in the trail was marked by a large boulder that served as a natural landmark. The main path continued straight, following the most direct route down the mountain. The alternate route branched off to the right, winding through denser forest before eventually curving back to rejoin the main trail. During daylight, both paths were clearly visible and well marked. At night, the alternate route disappeared into darkness within a few feet of the split. Camden checked his gear one final time, making sure his flashlight batteries were fresh and his phone was easily accessible. We reviewed the timing once more, confirmed the check-in signals, and wished him luck. He seemed nervous but determined as he headed into the trees, his flashlight beam quickly disappearing among the thick vegetation. Dylan, Trevor, and I continued down the main trail, but our progress was much slower than usual. Every few minutes we stopped to watch for Camden's signal light, scanning the trees to our right, where we knew his alternate route was running roughly parallel to our position. The first few check-ins went smoothly, with his light appearing right on schedule and our response signals acknowledging his safe progress. But as we descended further down the mountain, the terrain became more challenging and the distance between the two trails increased. By the fourth check-in, Camden's signal was barely visible through the dense forest, appearing as just a brief flicker of light that might have been imagination. We responded with our own signals, but we couldn't be sure he'd seen them. The main trail at this section was steep and rocky, requiring careful attention to foot placement and frequent use of trees and boulders for balance and support. Under normal circumstances, we would have been moving quickly and confidently, but tonight every shadow and sound demanded investigation. Our progress slowed to a cautious crawl that ate up precious time. When the fifth check-in time arrived, we stopped and waited, flashlights ready to respond to Camden's signal. 5 minutes passed with no sign of his light. We waited another 5 minutes, then began signaling frantically in hopes that our lights might attract his attention if he was having trouble seeing us. Still, no response. Dylan made the decision to leave the main trail and try to locate Camden's alternate route. The forest between the two paths was thick and challenging, with no established trail to follow. We had to push through dense undergrowth and navigate around fallen trees and rock formations, all while trying to maintain our sense of direction. After 15 minutes of difficult bushwhacking, we found what we thought was Camden's trail, but there was no sign of recent passage. The path was overgrown and appeared to have been unused for months. Either we'd found the wrong route, or Camden had gotten lost and wandered off the trail entirely. Trevor suggested that Camden might have reached the bottom ahead of schedule and was waiting for us at the rendezvous point. It was possible he'd moved quickly down the alternate route and simply hadn't seen our signals due to the terrain. This optimistic scenario seemed increasingly unlikely as time passed, but it was better than considering the alternatives. We made our way back to the main trail and resumed our descent, moving as quickly as safety allowed. The need to find Camden and confirm his safety had become our primary concern, overriding the caution that had been guiding our movements earlier in the night. But as we approached the bottom of the mountain and the junction with the railroad tracks, a new fear began to take hold. What if whatever we'd been sensing on the mountain had found Camden on his solitary route? What if his failure to make the check-in signals wasn't due to equipment problems or navigation errors, but because something had prevented him from continuing his descent? We reached the railroad tracks in record time, our concern for Camden overriding the caution that had been governing our movements throughout the night. The familiar gravel bed and steel rails looked exactly as they had during our ascent, but the atmosphere felt different, more charged with tension and possibility. We immediately began searching for signs of Camden's arrival, but found no evidence that he'd reached the rendezvous point. Dylan called Camden's name several times, but kept his voice low, unwilling to announce our presence too loudly to whatever might be listening in the darkness. The calls echoed off the surrounding trees and faded into silence with no response. We tried his cell phone, but the calls went straight to voicemail, suggesting his phone was either turned off or out of battery. Trevor suggested we wait at the tracks for another 15 minutes before taking further action. Camden might have encountered difficulties on the alternate trail that delayed his arrival, or he might have taken a wrong turn and needed extra time to find his way back to the correct route. 15 minutes would give him a reasonable window to appear, while not delaying our own safety unnecessarily. We positioned ourselves on a large boulder beside the tracks, where we'd have a clear view in all directions and could easily spot Camden's flashlight when he emerged from the forest. The waiting was agony. Every sound from the surrounding woods could have been Camden approaching, or it could have been something else entirely. The darkness seemed to pulse with potential threats and false hopes. Halfway through our wait, we heard movement in the forest on the opposite side of the tracks from where we expected Camden to emerge. It was definitely the sound of something large moving through the underbrush, breaking branches and disturbing leaves in a way that suggested significant size and weight. We turned our flashlights toward the sound, but the beams couldn't penetrate the dense vegetation far enough to reveal the source. The movement continued for several minutes, following a path parallel to the railroad tracks but staying within the cover of the trees. Whatever was making the sound was deliberately avoiding the open area around the tracks, suggesting either animal wariness or something more calculated. The sounds were rhythmic and purposeful, definitely not the random movement of a deer or other common forest animal. As we strained to track the movement through the trees, Dylan suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed toward the trail opening where we'd expected Camden to appear. A figure was emerging from the forest, but even in the poor light, it was clear that something was wrong. The silhouette was human-sized but moved in a way that seemed unnatural, too fluid, with a gait that didn't match normal walking patterns. We trained our flashlights on the figure, but the distance and intervening vegetation made it impossible to make out clear details. What we could see was disturbing enough. The figure was tall and lean, with proportions that seemed slightly off, arms that hung too long, a posture that was too straight, movements that were too smooth and controlled. The figure paused at the edge of the cleared area around the tracks, as if sensing our presence or evaluating the situation. For several long moments it remained motionless, creating a standoff where neither side moved or made sound. The silence was broken only by the continuing movement in the forest on the opposite side of the tracks, suggesting that whatever we were seeing was not alone. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure stepped backward into the forest and disappeared. The movement was so fluid and quick that it seemed almost like a magic trick. One moment it was visible, the next it was gone without any sound of retreat or continued movement through the underbrush. We sat in stunned silence, trying to process what we'd just witnessed. The figure had been roughly where Camden should have emerged from the alternate trail. But it definitely hadn't been Camden. The size, movement, and behavior were all wrong. The implications were terrifying. If this thing had come from Camden's route, what had happened to our friend? Dylan made the decision that probably saved our lives. "We're leaving," he announced, standing up from the boulder. "Right now. Camden will have to find his own way back." It seemed like abandonment, but the alternative, investigating further or waiting longer, felt increasingly dangerous. We began moving quickly along the railroad tracks toward the trail that would take us back to Dylan's house. But before we'd gone more than 100 yards, we heard Camden's voice calling our names from somewhere in the forest behind us. The relief was overwhelming, but it was immediately tempered by confusion and new fear. Camden's voice was coming from the wrong direction, not from the trail where the figure had appeared, but from deeper in the forest on the far side of the tracks. How had he gotten there? And why did his voice sound strange, carrying an echo or distortion that made it seem unnatural? We stopped and called back to him, trying to guide him toward our location. But as we listened to his responses, something felt increasingly wrong. The voice was definitely Camden's, but the words were oddly phrased, and the responses didn't quite match our questions. It was as if someone was imitating Camden's voice but didn't fully understand the context of our conversation. Trevor pointed out something that made our blood freeze. "Listen to the timing," he whispered. "His voice and the movement in the forest aren't matching up." He was right. We could still hear something moving through the trees, but the sounds weren't coming from the same location as the voice calling our names. The realization hit us simultaneously. Whatever was calling to us in Camden's voice wasn't Camden. It was something else. Something that had learned to mimic human speech but couldn't perfectly replicate human behavior. The real Camden was still missing, and something that shouldn't exist was trying to lure us deeper into the forest. We ran. The sprint back to Dylan's house was the longest 20 minutes of my life. We abandoned all pretense of stealth or caution, crashing through the forest with our flashlights sweeping wildly ahead of us, focused solely on putting as much distance as possible between ourselves and whatever we'd encountered at the railroad tracks. Behind us, Camden's voice continued calling our names, but the calls grew more distorted and less human with each repetition. The trail back through the forest seemed longer than usual, with familiar landmarks appearing in unexpected locations or not appearing at all. Several times we took wrong turns that led to dead ends or unfamiliar sections of forest, forcing us to backtrack and waste precious time. The disorientation was so complete that I began to wonder if the trails themselves had somehow changed, rearranged by whatever forces controlled this part of the mountain. Dylan led our panicked retreat, using his superior knowledge of the area to navigate by instinct when the regular trail markers failed us. Trevor and I followed closely, occasionally stumbling over roots or rocks, but maintaining our desperate pace. Our flashlight beams created a small bubble of visibility around us, but beyond that cone of light, the forest pressed in with malevolent presence. The sounds of pursuit were sporadic but unmistakable. Branches breaking, leaves rustling, and occasionally that voice that sounded like Camden but carried undertones that made it clear it was something else entirely. Whatever was following us was staying just out of sight, matching our pace, but not attempting to close the distance. The psychological effect was more terrifying than direct confrontation would have been. When we finally reached the meadow that marked the halfway point of our return journey, we discovered that our ordeal was far from over. The open field that had felt so exposed during our outbound journey now felt like a trap. The tall grass provided cover for anything that might be stalking us, while leaving us visible to observation from the surrounding tree line. We paused at the edge of the meadow, breathing heavily and trying to gather courage for the crossing. The field looked different than it had earlier. The grass seemed taller and denser, moving in patterns that didn't match the wind direction. Dark patches throughout the field might have been shadows, or might have been something else entirely. Dylan suggested we circle around the meadow rather than crossing directly, but that would add significant time to our journey and force us through unfamiliar terrain. Trevor argued for the direct route, pointing out that speed was more important than stealth at this point. I found myself unable to make a decision, paralyzed by the knowledge that either choice could lead to disaster. The decision was made for us when we heard the sound that had haunted us earlier in the evening. That low, rhythmic noise that wasn't quite growling and wasn't quite breathing. It was coming from the forest behind us, much closer than before. Whatever had been following us was preparing to emerge from the trees, and we were caught in the open with nowhere to hide. We ran across the meadow in a straight line, abandoning any pretense of tactical movement. The tall grass whipped against our legs and tangled around our feet, making each step a struggle. Our flashlights created crazy patterns of light and shadow as we ran, occasionally illuminating shapes in the grass that might have been rocks or logs or something worse. Halfway across the field, Trevor tripped and went down hard, his flashlight flying from his hand and disappearing into the grass. Dylan and I immediately stopped to help him, but in those few seconds of vulnerability, we heard something that nearly destroyed our remaining composure. The mimicked voice of Camden was now coming from multiple directions, as if several sources were calling our names simultaneously. We found Trevor's flashlight and got him back on his feet, but he was limping badly from what was probably a sprained ankle. The final sprint to the forest edge took everything we had, with Dylan and I supporting Trevor between us while constantly checking over our shoulders for signs of pursuit. When we finally reached the continuation of the trail on the far side of the meadow, we allowed ourselves one brief moment of hope. We were almost back to Dylan's house, almost to safety and lights and locked doors. But as we entered the final section of forest trail, we made a discovery that crushed that hope immediately. Dylan's cell phone was missing. He'd had it when we reached the railroad tracks. I remembered him checking it when we were trying to call Camden, but now it was gone, dropped somewhere during our panicked retreat. Without that phone, his parents would be unable to reach him when they returned from their weekend trip. The consequences of losing it would be severe, but the thought of returning to search for it was unthinkable. Yet Dylan was adamant. "I have to go back," he said, his voice showing the strain of the night's events. "I can't afford to lose that phone. My parents will kill me, and we'll all get in trouble." Trevor and I tried to talk him out of it, pointing out the obvious dangers. But Dylan was determined. We reached a compromise that satisfied no one but seemed like the only viable option. Dylan would return to the meadow edge to search for his phone, while Trevor and I continued to the house and safety. We would keep trying to call the phone until Dylan could hear it ringing, then guide him to its location by voice. It was a terrible plan, but every alternative seemed worse. Dylan disappeared back into the forest, leaving Trevor and me to complete the final 10 minutes of trail to his house. Those 10 minutes felt like hours, with every shadow potentially concealing threat, and every sound potentially signaling danger. When we finally emerged from the trees and saw the lights of Dylan's backyard, the relief was overwhelming. We made it to the pool area and immediately began calling Dylan's phone, listening for the sound of ringing that would help him locate it. After several attempts, the phone was answered, and we heard Dylan's voice reporting that he'd found it. But something in his tone was wrong, too calm, too controlled, lacking the relief and urgency we expected. The conversation continued for several minutes, with Dylan claiming he was on his way back, but needing more time due to some unspecified difficulty with the trail. His responses to our questions were reasonable, but somehow felt rehearsed, as if he was following a script rather than having a natural conversation. It was Trevor who first voiced the suspicion we were both feeling. "That's not Dylan," he said after we'd ended the call. "Something's wrong with his voice." I had noticed it too. Subtle differences in inflection and phrasing that suggested we weren't talking to our friend at all. We tried calling back, but now the phone went straight to voicemail. We waited another 20 minutes, then tried again with the same result. Dylan never returned to the house that night. When his parents came home the next morning, we had to explain that he'd gone missing during a hiking trip and that we'd lost contact with him somewhere in the forest. The search and rescue operation lasted 3 days and involved dozens of volunteers, but no trace of Dylan was ever found. The official conclusion was that he'd gotten lost in the extensive forest system and either succumbed to exposure or fallen from one of the many cliff areas in the region. His body was never recovered. Camden was found 2 days later, nearly 10 miles from where we'd last seen him, sitting beside a rural highway, with no memory of how he'd gotten there. He remembered starting down the alternate trail, but claimed his next clear memory was waking up beside the road with concerned motorists trying to help him. Medical examination revealed no physical injuries, but he displayed signs of severe psychological trauma and would never discuss what had happened during his missing time. Trevor and I kept our mouths shut about the supernatural elements of that night. Who would have believed us? Instead, we supported the official theory about getting lost and separated in unfamiliar terrain. But we both knew the truth was far stranger and more terrifying than anyone was prepared to accept. I still have nightmares about that night. Dreams where I'm back in those dark woods listening to voices that sound like my friends, but carry undertones of something inhuman. Sometimes I wake up convinced I can hear Dylan calling my name from somewhere outside my bedroom window. The rational part of my mind knows it's just trauma and guilt, but there's always that small part that wonders if something followed us back from the mountain. The trail behind Dylan's old house was closed permanently after 3 more hikers went missing over the following year. The official reason was unstable terrain and dangerous wildlife, but locals whispered about stranger explanations. The house itself sat empty for months before Dylan's family finally sold it to buyers from out of state who had no knowledge of its history. I never went night hiking again. Some experiences change you in fundamental ways, and that night in the Catskill Mountains taught me that there are things in this world that we're not meant to encounter. Sometimes the darkness that surrounds us isn't empty. Sometimes it's full of things that are better left undiscovered. The guilt over Dylan's disappearance will stay with me forever. If we hadn't split up, if we hadn't let him go back for that phone, if we'd been braver or smarter or just made different choices, maybe he'd still be alive. But what if is a dangerous game when you're dealing with forces beyond human understanding. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, and some questions are too dangerous to ask. I tell this story not to entertain or frighten, but as a warning. The wilderness holds secrets that have been hidden for good reasons. If you find yourself in the deep woods at night and you start to sense that you're not alone, trust that instinct. If you hear voices calling your name from the darkness, don't assume they belong to friends. And if something seems wrong in ways you can't quite explain, don't ignore that feeling in the name of logic or bravery. Some things should be left alone in the darkness where they belong. I pulled out of the driveway at 10:15 p.m., already regretting my decision to leave so late. The weather forecast had been calling for heavy rain all evening, and now it was coming down in sheets across Bucks County. My windshield wipers struggled against the deluge, creating brief moments of clarity before the glass was obscured again by cascading water. The familiar roads I'd traveled countless times suddenly felt foreign and treacherous under the veil of darkness and rain. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than usual as I navigated the winding country road that would eventually connect to the main highway. The headlights carved a narrow cone of visibility through the storm, illuminating perhaps 50 feet ahead before everything dissolved into impenetrable blackness. Rain drummed against the roof of my car with such intensity that I had to turn up the radio just to hear it over the noise. The decision to drive tonight hadn't been entirely mine. My sister Janet had called earlier, her voice thick with tears as she explained that her husband Kevin had been admitted to the hospital after a construction accident. She needed someone to watch her 2 young children while she stayed by his bedside through the night. Family emergencies don't wait for perfect weather, so despite every instinct telling me to stay home, I'd thrown some clothes into a bag and headed out. As I merged onto Highway 413, the rain seemed to intensify even further. Other drivers had apparently made the wiser choice to stay home, because I found myself virtually alone on what was normally a busy stretch of road. The isolation felt unsettling. Street lamps were spaced far apart here, creating long stretches where my headlights were the only source of illumination cutting through the storm. My phone, mounted on the dashboard, showed I still had 43 minutes remaining in the drive. The GPS cheerfully announced upcoming turns in its synthetic voice, seemingly oblivious to the hazardous conditions. I found myself leaning forward, straining to see beyond the reach of my headlights, hyper-aware of every shadow that might conceal a deer or fallen branch. The radio crackled with a weather advisory, warning drivers to avoid unnecessary travel due to flooding on several local roads. I considered pulling over to wait out the worst of it, but the thought of Janet sitting alone in that sterile hospital waiting room kept me pressing forward. Besides, I reasoned, I was already halfway there. Turning back now would mean an even longer drive in these conditions. That's when I first noticed something wasn't quite right. The rain, which had been falling straight down in heavy drops, suddenly began hitting my windshield at an odd angle, as if being blown by wind that didn't match what I was feeling through the car's ventilation. The wipers, which had been keeping a steady rhythm, started to stutter and skip, leaving streaks of water that distorted my vision even more. I reached for the wiper control, adjusting the speed, but they continued their erratic pattern. The defrost setting was already on high, yet the inside of my windshield began fogging up despite the dry heat blowing from the vents. I wiped at it with my sleeve, but the condensation reformed almost immediately, creating a double barrier between me and the road ahead. The temperature gauge showed normal, but I could feel sweat beginning to form on my forehead despite the cool air conditioning. My heart rate had picked up noticeably, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly when that had started. The familiar stretch of highway suddenly felt endless, each mile marker seeming to take forever to appear in my headlights. As I crested a small hill, my headlights swept across what should have been empty asphalt stretching into the distance. Instead, I saw something that made me immediately lift my foot off the accelerator. There, perhaps a quarter mile ahead, was a shape unlike anything I'd ever encountered on these roads. The figure stood motionless in the center of my lane, impossibly tall and unnaturally thin. At first glance, my mind tried to categorize it as a deer rearing up on its hind legs, but the proportions were all wrong. This thing stretched upward at least 8 feet, maybe more, with a silhouette that seemed to absorb the light from my high beams rather than reflect it. I pressed gently on the brakes, not wanting to lock up the wheels on the wet pavement. The speedometer needle dropped from 65 to 50, then 40, but the distance between my car and that looming presence seemed to close with dreamlike slowness. The shape remained perfectly still, as if it were rooted to the spot or perhaps unaware of my approaching vehicle. Rain continued to hammer the windshield, but somehow the creature remained clearly visible through the downpour. Its edges seemed to waver and shift, not like something solid being distorted by water and glass, but as if the thing itself existed in a state of constant flux. One moment it appeared to have limbs, the next it was simply a vertical column of darkness against the storm. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. A damaged road sign blown loose in the wind. A tall piece of debris carried by floodwater. Maybe even a person in a long coat, though what anyone would be doing standing in the middle of a highway during a thunderstorm was beyond comprehension. But none of these possibilities felt right. The shape was too uniform, too deliberately positioned, too aware of its surroundings. As I drew closer, now traveling at perhaps 20 miles per hour, I noticed that the rain seemed to pass through the figure rather than around it. Droplets that should have struck its surface and scattered continued their downward path uninterrupted. It was as if I were looking at a shadow cast by something that wasn't there, a void in the shape of a creature that had no physical form. My hands were shaking now, both from fear and from the effort of maintaining control of the vehicle on the slick road. Part of me wanted to swerve into the other lane to avoid whatever this thing was, but another part was terrified that any sudden movement might provoke it somehow. I'd heard stories of deer freezing in headlights only to bolt unpredictably at the last second, and I had no idea what kind of behavioral patterns this entity might follow. The distance continued to close, 50 yards, then 30, then 20. I could make out more details now, though they only served to deepen my confusion and terror. The creature appeared to have a roughly humanoid torso, but elongated beyond any natural proportion. What might have been arms hung at its sides, reaching nearly to the ground despite its extraordinary height. Where a head should have been, There was only a smooth continuation of the dark silhouette, tapering to a point like a spear thrust toward the storm clouds above. At 10 yards, I was certain I would hit it. My foot hovered over the brake pedal, ready to slam it down despite the risk of skidding. The ABS system might be able to help me stop in time, but at this distance and speed, physics seemed unlikely to be on my side. I braced for impact, muscles tensing, eyes squinting in anticipation of the horrible sound and sensation of collision. Then, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, it simply wasn't there anymore. Not gone in the sense of having moved away or fallen down, but absent, as if it had never existed at all. My headlights swept across empty, rain-slicked asphalt. The road ahead was clear for as far as I could see, which admittedly wasn't very far in these conditions, but there was no sign of the towering figure that had been standing directly in my path just moments before. I let the car coast to a complete stop, hazard lights blinking, and sat there, trembling behind the wheel. The rain continued its relentless percussion on the roof. The wipers maintained their stuttering rhythm. Everything else was exactly as it had been, except for the fact that I had just witnessed something that violated every law of physics and common sense I'd ever learned. After sitting motionless for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 2 or 3 minutes, I forced myself to press the accelerator and continue down the highway. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and I found myself constantly checking the rearview mirror, though I wasn't sure what I expected to see there. The rain had not let up, and if anything, the storm seemed to be intensifying. Every shadow now held potential menace. Tree branches swaying in the wind became grasping arms. Reflections of my own headlights in standing water transformed into watching eyes. My speed had dropped to a cautious 30 miles per hour, making me a hazard to any other drivers who might be sharing the road, though I hadn't seen another vehicle since before the encounter. The radio had dissolved into static, which I only noticed when I reached to adjust the volume in hopes of finding some normalcy in the familiar voices of late-night talk show hosts. Instead, white noise filled the car's interior, punctuated occasionally by brief snatches of music or conversation that faded before I could make out any words. I punched through the preset stations, but found nothing but the same ghostly static on every frequency. My phone's GPS continued to function, showing my location as a small blue dot creeping along the highlighted route, but the estimated arrival time kept fluctuating wildly. One moment it would show 28 minutes remaining, the next it would jump to 45, then back down to 15. The little icon that normally indicated my speed showed impossible numbers, sometimes 0 when I was clearly moving, other times displaying speeds of over 90 when I was barely crawling along. The fog on my windshield had worsened, despite the heater running at full blast. I reached for a cloth in the glove compartment to wipe it away, but when I looked back at the road, I had to slam on the brakes. Another shape had appeared, much smaller than the first but moving with lightning speed across my path. This one was low to the ground, perhaps the size of a large dog or small deer, but it moved with a fluid, undulating motion that was completely unlike any animal I'd ever seen. It seemed to flow rather than run, its form stretching and contracting as it crossed from the left shoulder to the right in a matter of seconds. I braced for the impact, certain that this time there would be no mysterious disappearance. But just as before, I felt nothing. No thud, no bump, no change in the car's momentum. The creature had passed directly in front of my bumper at the exact moment I should have struck it, yet there was no collision. I immediately checked my mirrors and rolled down the window despite the rain, listening for any sound that might indicate I had hit something. All I heard was the storm. Pulling over to the shoulder, I put the car in park and activated the hazard lights before stepping out into the downpour. Rain soaked through my clothes within seconds, and the wind nearly knocked me off balance, but I had to see if there was any evidence of what had just happened. I walked around to the front of the car, examining the bumper and grille by the light of my phone's flashlight. There was nothing. No blood, no fur, no dents or scratches that hadn't been there before. The headlights were intact, the license plate undamaged. I even knelt down to look under the car, thinking perhaps something had passed beneath rather than struck the front end, but found only the normal collection of road grime and rust that accumulates on any vehicle. Getting back into the car, I sat there dripping and shivering, trying to process what was happening. Two entities had now appeared directly in my path. Both had seemed solid and real enough to cause concern about collision, and both had somehow failed to make contact despite my being unable to avoid them. The logical explanations, hallucinations brought on by stress, optical illusions created by the storm, fatigue-induced microsleep episodes, all felt inadequate to explain the vividness and consistency of what I was experiencing. I called Janet to let her know I was running late, but the call went straight to voicemail. Cell service in this area had always been spotty, and the storm was probably making it worse. I left a brief message explaining that weather was slowing me down without mentioning the real reason for the delay. How could I possibly explain that I was being stalked by impossible creatures that vanished before impact? As I pulled back onto the highway, I noticed that the rain was beginning to change character. Instead of the heavy, straight-down precipitation that had been falling all evening, it was now coming at sharp angles that seemed to shift and swirl without any corresponding wind that I could feel. The droplets striking my windshield were larger now, hitting with enough force to make the car shudder slightly with each impact. More disturbing still, the rain was beginning to take on colors. What had been clear water now carried hints of red and brown, as if mixed with rust or dried blood. The wipers smeared it across the glass, creating streaks that obscured my vision and left stains that wouldn't wash away no matter how much fluid I sprayed from the washers. The drive that should have taken 45 minutes had now stretched past an hour and a half, though the dashboard clock seemed to be malfunctioning along with everything else. Sometimes the numbers would advance normally, other times they would freeze for long periods, and occasionally they would actually run backward. I'd given up trying to estimate my arrival time, and was focused entirely on the simple goal of reaching Janet's house in one piece. The colored rain had intensified, and I realized with growing horror that it wasn't just discoloration I was seeing. Mixed in with the precipitation were solid objects, small at first, like pebbles or insects, but gradually increasing in size. Something that might have been a twig struck the windshield with a sharp crack, leaving a spiderweb of damage in the lower corner of my field of vision. I turned on the interior light to check the time on my phone, and that's when I saw them, faces in the windows. They weren't reflections of my own features distorted by rain and glass, nor were they the usual tricks of light and shadow that sometimes create the illusion of human features in random patterns. These were distinct individual faces pressed against the outside of my car windows, peering in at me with expressions of what could only be described as hungry curiosity. The face closest to me, on the driver's side window, belonged to what had once been a woman. Her skin was pale to the point of transparency, and her eyes were solid black, with no visible pupils or irises. She smiled when she realized I was looking at her, revealing teeth that were far too numerous and sharp to belong to any human mouth. Her breath fogged the glass, which should have been impossible since she was on the outside of the window. On the passenger side, a man's face stared back at me, but his features were wrong in ways that my brain struggled to process. His nose was positioned where his left ear should have been, his mouth opened vertically instead of horizontally, and he had far too many eyes scattered across his cheeks and forehead like scattered marbles. He was mouthing words I couldn't hear over the sound of the rain, but I could read his lips well enough to make out the same phrase repeated over and over. "Let us in." More faces appeared in the rear windows. A child with no face at all, just smooth skin where features should have been. An elderly man whose flesh seemed to be melting like wax, features sliding down his skull in slow motion. A young woman whose head was tilted at an impossible angle as if her neck had been broken, yet her eyes tracked my movements with predatory awareness. I screamed and jerked the wheel hard to the right, sending the car skidding across the wet pavement toward the shoulder. The faces maintained their positions relative to the windows even as the vehicle spun, as if they were somehow anchored to the glass itself rather than approaching from outside. The car came to rest at an angle across both lanes of the highway, engine still running, headlights pointing off into the trees. For a moment, everything was silent except for the sound of my own ragged breathing and the rain drumming on the roof. The faces were gone. The windows showed only darkness and the distortion of water running down the glass. I sat there gasping, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination. Then I heard the scratching. It started soft and rhythmic, like fingernails being drawn across metal. The sound seemed to come from directly above my head, as if something was walking on the roof of the car. The scratching moved from front to back, then side to side, tracing patterns that I couldn't decipher, but which filled me with an inexplicable sense of dread. I turned off the interior light and tried to peer up through the sunroof, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. The scratching continued, now accompanied by what sounded like whispered voices, too faint to make out individual words, but with an urgency and hunger that made my skin crawl. Whatever was up there seemed to be trying to find a way inside. The sound of tapping joined the scratching, not the random percussion of rain, but a deliberate rhythm like someone knocking on a door. It moved around the car systematically, testing each window in turn. Tap, tap, tap on the windshield. Tap, tap, tap on the driver's side window. Tap, tap, tap on the rear window. Always the same pattern, as if following some ritualistic protocol. I fumbled for my phone to call for help, but the screen showed no signal bars, and the emergency call function was grayed out. The battery indicator flickered between full charge and completely dead, making the device unreliable even as a flashlight. In desperation, I reached for the radio, hoping to reach someone on the emergency channels, but all I got was that same ghostly static mixed with fragments of voices speaking in languages I didn't recognize. The tapping stopped suddenly, replaced by complete silence that was somehow more terrifying than the sounds had been. I held my breath, straining to hear any indication of what might be happening outside the car. The rain continued to fall, but even that seemed muted now, as if the car had been enclosed in some kind of acoustic bubble. Then I felt the car begin to rock. Gently at first, like a boat on calm water, but with increasing intensity. Someone, or something, was pushing on the vehicle, trying to tip it over. I gripped the steering wheel and pressed my feet against the floorboards, trying to maintain my balance as the rocking motion grew stronger. The sensation was nauseating, and I could feel bile rising in my throat. I threw the car into drive and pressed the accelerator to the floor, tires spinning on the wet asphalt before finally finding purchase. The rocking motion stopped abruptly as I shot forward, but I could hear something sliding across the roof, scratching and clawing for grip as the acceleration threatened to throw it off. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of something large and dark tumbling from the back of the car onto the road, but I didn't slow down to get a better look. My speed climbed rapidly as I fled down the highway, the speedometer needle climbing past 70, then 80. The rain made such velocity dangerous, but the terror of whatever had been trying to get into my car overrode any concern for safe driving practices. I needed distance, needed to get away from that spot on the road where reality seemed to have broken down completely. But distance, I was beginning to realize, might not matter. The things I was encountering didn't seem bound by normal rules of space and movement. They appeared and disappeared at will, materialized from nowhere and vanished just as suddenly. How do you outrun something that doesn't need to follow the laws of physics? The highway curved ahead, a long, sweeping turn that normally I would have taken at 50 miles per hour at most. At my current speed, I would need to slow down or risk losing control entirely. But as I approached the curve, I saw them again, the faces, dozens of them now, lining both sides of the road like spectators at a parade. They stood perfectly still despite the driving rain, their pale features clearly visible in my headlights. Men, women, children, elderly figures, all sharing the same wrong features and hungry expressions I'd seen pressed against my windows. They watched my approach with unified attention, heads turning in unison to track my movement as I barreled toward them. I had no choice but to maintain speed through the curve. Slowing down would mean spending more time in proximity to those watchers, and something deep in my lizard brain screamed that stopping would be fatal. The car leaned heavily as I took the turn, tires protesting against the wet pavement, but somehow I managed to hold the road. As I passed through the crowd of figures, I expected them to reach out, to try to grab the car or throw themselves in front of it. Instead, they simply watched, their heads continuing to turn as I passed, maintaining eye contact until I was well beyond them. In my mirrors, I could see them still standing there, motionless sentinels that gradually faded into the darkness behind me. The straight stretch of highway ahead should have been a relief, but instead it brought a new horror. My headlights were beginning to dim, the bright white beams fading to a sickly yellow, then amber, then deep red that barely illuminated the road surface. I checked the electrical system, but all the indicators showed normal function. The problem wasn't with my car. Something was actively draining the light from my headlights. Visibility dropped to perhaps 10 feet, turning the drive into a nightmare of blind faith and reaction. I had to slow down again, creeping along at 20 miles per hour, straining to make out the lane markings and road signs that would keep me from wandering into the ditch or oncoming traffic. Not that there appeared to be any other vehicles sharing the road. I was completely alone with whatever forces were toying with me. The radio crackled to life suddenly, startling me so badly that I nearly jerked the wheel into the guardrail. But instead of static, I heard voices. Familiar voices that made my heart race with recognition and hope. "Where are you?" It was Janet's voice, clear as if she were sitting in the passenger seat. "We've been waiting for hours. The children are asking for you." I grabbed the microphone, though I wasn't sure if this was a two-way radio or just a receiver. "Janet, can you hear me? I'm trying to get there, but something's wrong. The road—" "You promised you'd be here," another voice interrupted. This one was Kevin, Janet's husband, who was supposed to be unconscious in a hospital bed. "You said family was important. You said we could count on you." "Kevin, how are you on the radio? I thought you were hurt." "We're all waiting," a child's voice chimed in, young and sweet, but with an undertone that raised goosebumps on my arms. "Come play with us. Come play forever." More voices joined in, a chorus of people I recognized from my life. My parents, who had been dead for 5 years. Old friends I'd lost touch with. Co-workers, neighbors, even my elementary school teacher, Mrs. Rodriguez, who must have been 90 years old by now if she was still alive at all. "Come to us," they chanted in unison. "Come home. Come play. Come stay forever and ever and ever." I switched off the radio, but the voices continued, now seeming to come from inside the car itself. They were in the air conditioning vents, in the sound of the rain on the roof, in the hum of the engine. Everywhere and inescapable, growing louder and more insistent with each passing second. "Stop it!" I screamed, but my own voice was swallowed by the chorus. "Leave me alone!" The response was laughter, dozens of voices laughing in perfect harmony, a sound like breaking glass and screaming wind. It filled the car, vibrated through my bones, made my teeth ache and my vision blur. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it made no difference. The sound was coming from inside my own head now. Through the overwhelming chorus of voices and laughter, I heard a new sound that made my heart nearly stop. The rumble of an engine behind me getting closer. I checked the rearview mirror and saw headlights approaching fast, brighter than mine, cutting through the darkness like searchlights. Finally, another human being sharing the road. Someone who might be able to help, or at least serve as a witness to whatever was happening to me. I slowed down and moved to the right lane, expecting the other vehicle to pass. Instead, it pulled up directly behind me and began flashing its high beams in a pattern. 3 quick flashes, pause, 3 more flashes, pause, repeat. The universal signal for distress or emergency. Whoever was driving wanted my attention. I gradually reduced speed until I was barely crawling along the highway, hazard lights blinking. The other vehicle matched my pace, maintaining its position just a few feet behind my rear bumper. Through the glare of its headlights, I could make out the general shape of a large pickup truck or SUV, but the details were lost in the brightness. When I finally came to a complete stop, the other vehicle pulled alongside me in the left lane. I rolled down my window despite the rain, hoping to communicate with what I desperately wanted to believe was a fellow traveler who might be experiencing similar phenomena. The other driver's window was already down, and I could see a figure silhouetted against the interior light. "Having trouble?" the figure called out, voice barely audible over the storm. "Engine problems?" "No, not engine problems exactly," I shouted back, relief flooding through me at this first normal human interaction of the evening. "I've been seeing things on the road, things that shouldn't be there." "Oh, I know exactly what you mean," the figure replied, and something in the tone made my relief begin to evaporate. "I've been watching you for quite some time now." The interior light of the other vehicle brightened, and I could see the driver clearly for the first time. It was me, my own face staring back from behind the wheel of the other car, wearing the same clothes I was wearing, with the same expression of growing terror that I could feel on my own features. "You can't outrun yourself," my duplicate said with a smile that was all wrong, lips stretching too wide, revealing too many teeth. "You can't hide from what you are." I floored the accelerator without rolling up the window, rain streaming into the car as I fled from this impossible confrontation. In my mirrors, I watched the other vehicle, my vehicle, keep pace effortlessly, its driver waving cheerfully as if we were old friends meeting at a social gathering. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that as I watched my duplicate waving, I realized my own hand was moving in the same motion, mirroring the gesture against my will. Whatever was driving that other car wasn't just wearing my face, it was somehow controlling my actions. I tried to force my hand back to the steering wheel, but my arm wouldn't obey. Instead, it continued waving, fingers wiggling in what would have been a playful gesture under any other circumstances. The sensation was like being a passenger in my own body, watching helplessly as something else operated the controls. The loss of control extended beyond just my hand. My foot was pressing the accelerator, but not in response to my conscious decision. The car was speeding up and slowing down according to some external will, taking curves and straightaways at whatever pace my duplicate decided was appropriate. I was trapped in the driver's seat of a vehicle I could no longer control, pursuing by an identical car driven by my own stolen face. Other parts of my body began responding to this foreign influence. My head turned to look at the other vehicle, even when I tried to focus on the road ahead. My lips moved, forming words I didn't intend to speak. "Come with me. Join us. It's easier if you don't fight." The rain was now pouring directly into the car through the open window, soaking the interior, but I couldn't make my hand reach over to roll it up. Water streamed down my face, mixing with tears I didn't remember starting to cry. My clothes were plastered to my skin and I was shivering violently, but these physical discomforts seemed distant and unimportant compared to the horror of losing control of my own body. The highway ahead split into two routes, one continuing straight toward Janet's house, the other curving off toward a series of back roads that led deep into the state forest. Without any input from me, my car took the forest route, following my duplicate down a progressively narrower road, lined with towering pine trees that blocked out what little light came from the storm-clouded sky. The forest road was barely wide enough for two vehicles, with no shoulder or guardrail separating the asphalt from the dark woods on either side. My car and its duplicate continued their synchronized journey deeper into the wilderness, my body still refusing to obey my conscious commands. The trees seemed to close in overhead, creating a tunnel of branches that blocked out even the faint illumination from the storm clouds. Both vehicles' headlights had now faded to that same sickly red glow, providing just enough light to follow the winding road, but not enough to see what lurked in the shadows between the trees. And there were definitely things lurking there. Shapes that moved parallel to our path, keeping pace with our vehicles, occasionally darting closer to the road before retreating back into the deeper darkness. The radio in my car came alive again, but this time, instead of voices, it was playing music. An old song from my childhood, something my mother used to hum while doing housework. But the melody was wrong, played in a minor key that transformed the cheerful tune into something mournful and threatening. The tempo was too slow, like a record being played at the wrong speed, and there were additional instruments that hadn't been in the original, discordant strings and percussion that sounded more like breaking bones than musical notes. My duplicate was singing along, voice carrying clearly across the space between our vehicles despite the storm and engine noise. The words were the same ones I remembered from childhood, but delivered in a tone that suggested entirely different meanings. What had once been a song about sunshine and happiness now sounded like a funeral dirge, each verse becoming increasingly distorted until the lyrics were barely recognizable. The forest around us began to change. The pine trees gave way to deciduous varieties that should have been dormant in the winter weather, but these had leaves, glossy, dark leaves that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Worse, the leaves were moving independently of any wind, writhing and twisting on their branches like living things in pain. Animals began appearing at the edge of my vision. Not the deer and raccoons that normally inhabited these woods, but creatures that defied classification. Something that might have been a bear if bears had 6 legs and faces where their stomachs should be. A flock of birds with too many wings, flying in perfect formation despite having no visible heads to coordinate their movement. A pack of wolf-like creatures that ran upright on their hind legs, their front paws developed into grasping hands with opposable thumbs. All of these impossible beings watched our passage with the same hungry attention I'd seen in the faces that had pressed against my windows. They were following us, paralleling our route through the forest, growing in number as we penetrated deeper into their domain. I began to understand that this wasn't a random encounter with supernatural phenomena. This was a deliberate herding, a process of driving me toward some predetermined destination. The road curved sharply to the left, and suddenly we were driving along the edge of a ravine. To my right, the ground dropped away into darkness so complete that my fading headlights couldn't reach the bottom. The sound of rushing water echoed up from the depths, but it didn't sound like any stream or river I'd ever heard. This water seemed to be flowing upward against gravity, creating an acoustic effect that was deeply unsettling. My duplicate pulled ahead slightly, taking the lead for the first time since this bizarre chase had begun. In the glow of its taillights, I could see that the license plate was identical to mine, not just the same numbers and letters, but physically the same plate, showing the same small dent near the bottom left corner that my car had acquired in a parking lot incident months earlier. We were approaching some kind of structure ahead. At first I thought it might be a bridge across the ravine, but as we got closer, I realized it was something far more sinister. It was a building, or what remained of one, constructed of materials that seemed to shift and change in the dim light. Sometimes it appeared to be made of wood, other times stone, occasionally metal that gleamed with a wet sheen despite the continuing rain. The building sat directly across the road, blocking any further progress. There was no way around it, no alternate route that I could see. My duplicate's vehicle came to a stop perhaps 50 yards from the structure, and my own car followed suit, still responding to commands I wasn't giving. Both engines shut off simultaneously, plunging us into a silence that was broken only by the sound of that impossible upward-flowing water in the ravine. The rain had stopped completely, though I couldn't remember exactly when that had happened. The air was perfectly still, as if we had entered some kind of atmospheric dead zone. My duplicate got out of the other vehicle and walked over to my driver's side window, moving with motions that perfectly mirrored what my own body wanted to do. I found myself getting out as well, despite every instinct screaming at me to stay in the car and lock the doors. We stood facing each other in the space between our identical vehicles, two versions of the same person, in what appeared to be the middle of nowhere. "You've been running all night," my duplicate said, voice carrying clearly in the still air. "But you can't run from yourself forever. You can't escape what you've done." "I haven't done anything," I replied, though I wasn't sure if the words were coming from my own will or if I was being made to speak them. "I was just driving to help my sister." "Your sister?" the duplicate repeated, tilting its head at an angle that looked wrong on my familiar features. "Tell me about your sister Janet. Tell me about the accident." A cold realization began to creep through my consciousness. There had been an accident, not Kevin's construction accident. That had been the excuse I'd used to get out of the house, the lie I'd told myself to justify the drive. The real accident had happened 3 months ago. And Janet? "No," I whispered, but my duplicate continued speaking in my voice, saying words I didn't want to hear. "You were drinking that night. Just a couple of beers, you told yourself, not enough to matter. But when Janet called and said she needed a ride home from her friend's house because her car wouldn't start, you should have said no. You should have called her a taxi." The memories came flooding back, details I'd been suppressing for months. The slick road, the tree that had seemed to appear out of nowhere. Janet's scream cutting off abruptly, the silence that followed. "The funeral was beautiful," my duplicate continued remorselessly. "Everyone said such nice things about her, about how she was always helping others, always putting family first. No one mentioned that she died because her brother was too selfish to admit he shouldn't have been driving." Standing in that impossible place between the forest and the ravine, facing my own stolen reflection, I finally understood what had been happening. This wasn't a supernatural encounter with mysterious creatures from beyond human understanding. This was guilt given form, conscience manifested as physical reality, the weight of what I'd done literally reshaping the world around me. The towering figure I'd seen on the highway, that had been Janet, stretched and distorted by my perception of her final moments. The smaller creature that had darted across my path, Janet again, but as she'd been as a child, quick and playful, the way she'd always been until I destroyed everything with one terrible decision. The faces pressed against my windows hadn't been supernatural entities at all. They were everyone I'd lied to about the accident. The police officers who had accepted my story about black ice and mechanical failure. The insurance investigators who had closed the case without digging deeper. Janet's friends who had comforted me at the funeral, never knowing I was the one who should have been in that coffin instead of her. "You've been driving in circles for 3 months," my duplicate explained, its voice taking on the patient tone of a teacher addressing a slow student. "Every night you get in your car and try to drive to Janet's house to save her. Every night you encounter the same obstacles, the same horrors, the same impossible journey that never ends because you can't face the truth of what happened." I looked around at the forest, the ravine, the impossible building that blocked our path. None of it was real. The storm, the creatures, the other drivers who had honked at me from a distance, all products of a mind that had fractured under the weight of unbearable guilt. "The dash cam you ordered," my duplicate continued. "You've ordered it dozens of times, always thinking that maybe this time you'll capture proof of what you're seeing. But there's nothing to capture except the truth you keep running from." The building ahead of us began to shift and change more rapidly now, cycling through different architectural styles and materials as my subconscious struggled to decide what form my self-imposed prison should take. Sometimes it was the courthouse where I should have confessed. Other times it was the hospital where Janet had been pronounced dead. Occasionally it was the bar where I'd had those couple of beers that had seemed so harmless at the time. "Your real car is parked in your driveway," my duplicate said. "Has been every night. Your neighbors have seen you sitting behind the wheel for hours, engine running, talking to yourself. Some of them have tried to check on you, but you don't respond. You're not really there. You're here, in this place you've created, trying to drive a road that doesn't exist to save a sister who's already dead." The revelation should have been liberating. Understanding the source of my torment should have given me the power to break free from it. Instead, it only made the horror worse. If this was all in my mind, then that meant the guilt was so overwhelming that it had literally driven me insane. The Janet I'd been trying to reach wasn't waiting for me to watch her children. She was buried in Riverside Cemetery, victim of my selfishness and cowardice. "Every night you make the same journey," my duplicate pressed on. "Every night you encounter the same manifestations of your guilt and fear, and every night you end up here, at this moment of realization, only to forget again and start over. You're trapped in a loop of your own making, doomed to repeat this drive until you find the courage to face what you've done." The creatures that had been following us through the forest began to emerge from the trees, but I could see them clearly now for what they really were. The misshapen animals were my distorted memories of pets Janet and I had shared as children. The faces in the windows were family members and friends whose trust I'd betrayed by hiding the truth. The towering shadow on the highway was my own guilt, magnified and given shape by a mind that couldn't process the magnitude of what I'd done. "You have a choice," my duplicate said, extending its hand toward me. "You can keep running, keep repeating the same nightmare over and over until your sanity is completely gone, or you can walk through that building, face what's waiting on the other side, and finally deal with the consequences of your actions." I looked at the structure blocking our path, and for the first time I noticed there was a door. It was small and plain, the kind of door you might find on any ordinary house, but it seemed to pulse with a faint light that was neither welcoming nor threatening, simply inevitable. "What's on the other side?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. "Reality," my duplicate replied. "The real world, where Janet is dead because of your choices, where you'll have to decide whether to turn yourself into the police, confess to her children what really happened, and spend the rest of your life trying to make amends for something that can never be undone. Or continue living with the lie, knowing that every day of freedom is stolen from the sister you killed." The door seemed to grow larger as I stared at it, or perhaps I was walking toward it without realizing it. My duplicate walked beside me, no longer a separate entity but simply another aspect of myself, the part that remembered the truth, that had been trying to break through months of self-deception and denial. The hardest part my duplicate said as we approached the door, is that even if you confess, even if you accept punishment, it won't bring her back. Janet will still be dead. Her children will still be without their mother. The pain you've caused can never be undone, only acknowledged. My hand reached for the door handle, fingers trembling with more than just cold. Behind me, I could hear the sound of the forest dissolving, the ravine filling in, the impossible landscape of my guilt-ridden subconscious collapsing back into the mundane reality of a man sitting in his driveway at 3 a.m, engine running, reliving the worst moment of his life over and over again. "The choice is yours," my duplicate whispered, its voice now indistinguishable from my own thoughts. "Keep running from the truth, or finally face what you've done." I turned the handle and pushed the door open, stepping through into a darkness that gradually gave way to the gray light of dawn. I was sitting in my car in my own driveway just as my duplicate had said. The dashboard clock read 6:17 a.m. My phone showed 17 missed calls from concerned neighbors and one from the police, asking if I was all right. The long night of impossible horrors was over. The real horror, the one I'd been running from for 3 months, was just beginning. But for the first time since the accident, I felt a strange sense of peace. The loop was broken. The running was over. I turned off the engine, got out of the car, and walked toward my front door. On the kitchen table, I could see the business card Detective Morrison had given me after the crash, along with his suggestion that I call if I remembered anything else about that night. It was time to remember everything. It was time to stop running. It was time to tell the truth about what had happened to Janet, no matter what it cost me. Because the alternative, spending the rest of my life trapped in that endless, impossible drive through a landscape of guilt and self-deception, was no longer acceptable. The real journey was just beginning, and this time I wouldn't be driving alone. This time I would be carrying the weight of truth, and Janet's memory, and the hope that somewhere in the difficult road ahead I might find something resembling redemption, or at least the strength to try. My name is Alaric Hart, and this happened to me in 2003, a year I'll never forget. I lived in a small town called Harney, Oregon. Nothing much ever happened there. I worked as a mechanic, fixing up old cars and bikes, a trade I picked up from my dad. He always said, "Son, if you can fix an engine, you can fix anything." My life was pretty routine, and I liked it that way. The night everything changed started like any other Friday. I was heading home from my buddy Joel's place around midnight after a few beers and our weekly card game. Joel had been on a winning streak for 3 weeks running, and I'd lost $40 I couldn't really afford to lose. The streets were empty. Harney always rolled up the sidewalks after 10, and a light fog had settled in, giving the streetlights a sickly yellow halo. I was driving down Oak Ridge Street when I first saw them. 2 kids, couldn't have been more than 12 or 13, standing unnaturally still beneath the streetlight at the corner of Maple. Something about the way they stood, rigid, unmoving, made the hair on my neck rise. Kids out at midnight in Harney wasn't just unusual, it was unheard of. I slowed my truck to a crawl, the engine's rumble unnaturally loud in the silence. Rolling down my window, I called out, "Hey, you guys okay? It's pretty late to be out." They didn't respond, didn't even look up, just kept staring at the ground as if studying something fascinating in the concrete. The fog swirled around their ankles, and I noticed they were both wearing what looked like outdated clothes. Not vintage or trendy, but genuinely old-fashioned, like something from the 1950s. "Do you need a ride somewhere? Where are your parents?" I tried again, louder this time. The silence stretched uncomfortably. I was about to drive on when the taller one slowly raised his head. I'll never forget that moment as long as I live. His eyes were completely black, not dark brown, not the dilated pupils of someone on drugs, but solid, glossy black, like polished obsidian. No whites, no iris, just 2 bottomless pits staring directly into mine. My blood turned to ice water. The beer buzz evaporated instantly, replaced by a primal fear I hadn't felt since I was a child afraid of the dark. I fumbled with the window control, jamming my finger on the button as the glass slid up. The boy's mouth opened slightly, and though I couldn't hear him through the window, I could read his lips clearly. Let us in. I floored the accelerator. My tires squealed against the wet pavement as I sped away, my heart hammering against my ribs. In my rearview mirror, both children had turned to watch me leave, their faces expressionless, those terrible black eyes reflecting the taillights of my truck. When I got home, I double-checked every lock and drew all the curtains. I told myself I'd had too much to drink, that the fog and the late hour had played tricks on my eyes. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. The next morning, under the reassuring light of day, I called Joel. His laughter crackled through the phone when I described the encounter. "Alaric, you probably just need to lay off the booze," he joked. "Or maybe it was those goth kids from the high school. They're always wearing weird contacts and stuff." I laughed along, desperate to believe his explanation, but I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, or the bone-deep certainty that whatever I'd seen, they weren't just kids in costume. That night I struggled to fall asleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that boy's face, those black pools where eyes should be. The wind picked up around 2 a.m., branches scratching against my bedroom window like skeletal fingers. Then, just as I was finally drifting off, I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock on my front door. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. I sat bolt upright, heart racing. No one in Harney visited at this hour. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept beside my bed and crept down the hallway, avoiding the creaky floorboard near the bathroom. At the door, I pressed my eye to the peephole, holding my breath. Nothing but darkness. The porch light I always left on had gone out. 3 more knocks, louder this time, making me jump back from the door. "Who's there?" I called, trying to make my voice sound deep, threatening. No answer. Just the wind and the distant hoot of an owl. I stood there, gripping the bat, until my hands ached, listening. After what felt like hours, I heard soft footsteps retreating, followed by the quiet murmur of voices, children's voices, whispering words I couldn't make out. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next few days at the auto shop were hell. I kept dozing off mid-task, once nearly dropping an engine block on my foot. My boss, Hank, threatened to send me home if I couldn't get my shit together. I didn't tell him why I wasn't sleeping. Who would believe me? Joel stopped by during my lunch break on Wednesday, concern etched on his usually carefree face. "Man, you look like crap. What's going on?" I hesitated before telling him about the knocking, the voices. He frowned, the jovial dismissal from our phone call notably absent. "You're serious about this, aren't you?" "Dead serious," I said, my voice dropping. "They've come back every night since. Always around 3 in the morning. Always the same pattern of knocks." Joel scratched his stubbled chin. "You call the cops?" I had the second night. Deputy Mercer had come out, walked around the property with his flashlight, found nothing, no footprints in the soft earth of my garden, no signs anyone had been there. He'd given me that look, the one that said he thought I was either drunk or crazy. That night the knocking came again, more insistent. Bang, bang, bang. No pretense of politeness now. I lay rigid in bed, every muscle tense, listening as the knocking moved from the front door to each window, methodically working around the house. At the bedroom window it stopped. Through a gap in the curtains, I could make out a small, pale face peering in. Though I couldn't see the eyes clearly, I knew what they looked like. "Please," a girl's voice called, sweet and plaintive. "We're lost. We need to use your phone. Won't you let us in?" I squeezed my eyes shut and covered my ears until morning. The following evening, as I was changing the oil in Mrs. Abernathy's ancient Buick, a blood-curdling scream cut through the quiet. I rushed outside to see Martha Thompson, a retired schoolteacher who lived 3 doors down from me, running barefoot down the middle of Main Street, her gray hair flying wild behind her. "Mrs. Thompson," I shouted, jogging to intercept her. "What's wrong?" She collided with me, clutching my oil-stained coveralls with surprising strength for a woman in her 70s. Her eyes were wide with panic, her breath coming in short gasps. "The children," she wheezed. "The children with black eyes. They were at my door, smiling, asking to come in." A cold weight settled in my stomach. Did you let them in? I asked, gripping her shoulders. No. She shook her head violently. No, something felt wrong. When I said no, their smiles disappeared. They just stared at me, saying they needed to come in, that it was important. When I closed the door, they started pounding on it so hard I thought it would break. I ran out the back. By then, a small crowd had gathered. Hank brought Mrs. Thompson a chair and a glass of water. Someone called Sheriff Holloway, who arrived minutes later, his cruiser's lights flashing importantly. He took Mrs. Thompson's statement with poorly disguised skepticism. "Kids pulling pranks, Martha," he said, patting her hand condescendingly. "Halloween's coming up. They're probably just getting an early start." But it wasn't just Mrs. Thompson or me anymore. By week's end, reports were coming in from all over Harney, the Millers on Pine Street, Old Man Jenkins at the edge of town, the pastor's wife, all describing the same thing. Children with solid black eyes appearing at night, asking to be let in, their politeness giving way to anger and threats when refused. On Saturday, Joel called me just after sunset, his voice trembling. "Alaric, you need to come over, now." I broke every speed limit getting to his place on the other side of town. Joel met me at the door, a shotgun cradled in his arms, his face ashen. "I saw them," he said hoarsely as I stepped inside. "They were here, asking to come in. Said their parents were in an accident and they needed to call for help." He ran a shaky hand through his hair. "Their eyes, Alaric, black as tar, just like you said. What did you do?" "Told them to get lost. Close the door." But they didn't leave for hours. Just stood there staring at the house. I could feel them watching me through the walls. That night, we gathered at Joel's place. Me, Joel, Mrs. Thompson, Pastor Wilkins, and a few others who'd had encounters. The mood was tense, frightened. None of us could make sense of what was happening. "It's the devil's work," Pastor Wilkins insisted, clutching his Bible so tightly his knuckles whitened. "Demons taking the form of children to tempt us into letting down our guard." "Or it could be some kind of mass hysteria," suggested Frank Larson, the high school science teacher. "Shared delusion triggered by suggestion," Mrs. Thompson snorted. "I know what I saw, Frank. Those weren't hallucinations pounding on my door." We formed a plan that night, a neighborhood watch of sorts. We'd take shifts patrolling the streets, keeping an eye out. No one should be alone after dark, and most importantly, no one, under any circumstances, should let the children in. None of us could have predicted how quickly things would escalate from there. Our makeshift patrol started the next evening. We split into pairs, armed with flashlights, cell phones, and in some cases, like Joel and me, more lethal protection. Joel had his shotgun. I carried my father's old .38 revolver, a weight I never thought I'd find comforting. The first few nights were quiet, eerily so. The usual night sounds of Harney, distant dogs barking, the occasional passing car, seemed muffled, as if the town itself were holding its breath. The children were nowhere to be seen. "Maybe they've moved on," Joel suggested on the fourth night as we walked the perimeter of Lancaster Park. "Found easier targets somewhere else." I wanted to believe him, but something told me this wasn't over. That same night, Sheriff Holloway finally agreed to take our concerns seriously enough to assign Deputy Mercer to night patrols. Not that it would make much difference. Mercer was pushing 60 and had a habit of dozing off in his cruiser. My turn to watch came on a Wednesday. The temperature had dropped sharply, and my breath fogged in front of me as I sat on my porch, the revolver a cold weight in my lap. Midnight came and went. Nothing moved on my street except shadows cast by clouds drifting across the moon. At 12:47, I remember checking my watch. I saw them. 2 children standing under the same streetlight where I'd first spotted them, staring directly at my house. The taller boy and a girl, both deathly pale in the artificial light. Even from that distance, I could feel the weight of their gaze. Heart hammering, I stood up and raised my gun. "Get out of here!" I shouted, my voice shattering the silence. They didn't move, didn't even blink, just stared. Fear turned to anger in my gut. I fired a warning shot into the air, the report echoing down the empty street. The children didn't flinch, didn't cover their ears or show any reaction at all. "I mean it, get out!" I yelled, my finger trembling on the trigger. Slowly, in perfect unison, they turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows between houses. I remained on the porch until dawn, jumping at every creak and rustle, half convinced they were circling back. The next day, bleary-eyed and exhausted, I met with the others at Pastor Wilkins's church. We shared our experiences from the night watches, each story more unsettling than the last. Frank Larson reported seeing a group of 5 black-eyed children standing in a circle in his backyard, holding hands and chanting something in a language he couldn't identify. Mrs. Thompson had found small handprints on her windows, on the second floor. "We need to research this," Joel said, pacing the length of the church basement. "Figure out what these things are, what they want." We spent hours online that day, using the ancient computer in the church office. Most of what we found were creepypastas and urban legends, stories of black-eyed children appearing across the country, always at night, always asking to be let in. Some theories claimed they were aliens, others demons or ghosts, but no one seemed to know what happened if you actually let them inside. That night was Joel's turn to keep watch. I tried to sleep, but anxiety kept me tossing and turning. At 2:17 a.m., my phone rang, jolting me fully awake. "They're here, Alaric." Joel's voice was strained, barely above a whisper. "They're trying to get in. There's more of them now, at least 6. They're at all the doors, all the windows." "I'm coming over," I said, already pulling on my jeans. "Don't let them in, whatever they say." "I won't. But hurry, man. They keep saying they—" The line went dead. I called back. No answer. I tried again as I raced to my truck. Straight to voicemail. I made the 15-minute drive to Joel's house in 7 minutes, running 2 stop signs and nearly hitting a deer that bounded across the road. When I pulled into his driveway, everything looked normal. Lights on inside, Joel's Chevy parked where it always was. But his front door stood wide open, spilling light onto the porch. "Joel," I called, approaching cautiously, gun drawn. No response. The house was empty. No signs of a struggle, no blood, nothing broken or disturbed. Joel's shotgun lay on the coffee table, unfired. His phone was on the kitchen counter beside a half-empty beer. The doors and windows were all unlocked, but there was no sign of forced entry. Joel had simply vanished. I called Sheriff Holloway, who organized a search party by dawn. We combed the woods behind Joel's property, checked abandoned buildings, questioned neighbors. Nothing, not a single trace of Joel Williams. 3 days into the search, Mrs. Thompson called me, her voice pitched higher than usual with excitement or fear. "Alaric, you need to come over. I found something." I drove over immediately. She met me at the door, looking over my shoulder nervously before ushering me inside. "It was in my mailbox this morning," she said, handing me a folded piece of paper. No stamp, no envelope. I unfolded it, instantly recognizing Joel's messy handwriting. "They're not kids. Don't let them in. They'll take you too. Look for the house on Willow Creek Road. Find the door." The note sent a chill through me. Willow Creek Road lay on the outskirts of town, a winding stretch with only a handful of properties, most abandoned decades ago when the lumber mill closed. "We need to show this to the sheriff," I said. Mrs. Thompson shook her head firmly. "He'll just say Joel ran off, that he's playing some kind of prank. He doesn't believe any of this." She was right. Holloway had already floated the theory that Joel had skipped town to avoid gambling debts, a ridiculous notion to anyone who knew him. "Then we'll go ourselves," I decided. "Tonight." We assembled our group quickly, myself, Mrs. Thompson, Pastor Wilkins, Frank Larson, and 2 others who'd had encounters with the children. We met at dusk behind Harney's only gas station, a collection of flashlights, weapons, and nervous determination. "We should split up to cover more ground," Frank suggested. "There are 5 properties on Willow Creek Road." Pastor Wilkins shook his head vehemently. "No, we stay together. That's how they got Joel. He was alone." No one argued with that logic. Willow Creek Road was a neglected stretch of cracked asphalt and encroaching wilderness, about 3 miles outside town. As we drove in a 2-car convoy, the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky a dark, bruised purple. The first 4 properties yielded nothing unusual. A boarded-up ranch house, an old trailer home with a collapsed roof, a burned-out shell of a farmhouse, and a small cottage that showed signs of recent habitation by squatters or teenagers looking for a party spot. The 5th house stood at the very end of the road, partially hidden by overgrown trees. It was a Victorian-style structure, once grand but now decrepit, its paint peeling like diseased skin, windows boarded with weathered plywood. A rusted gate hung from a single hinge at the entrance to the property. We parked our cars on the road and approached on foot, flashlight beams bobbing in the gathering darkness. The silence was oppressive. No crickets chirping, no night birds calling, just the crunch of our footsteps on the gravel driveway. "I don't like this," Mrs. Thompson whispered, clutching her crucifix pendant. "This place feels wrong." She wasn't just being superstitious. There was something off about the air around the house. Heavier somehow, as if the property existed in its own pocket of atmosphere. My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the mild evening. The front door was secured with a padlock that looked relatively new compared to the rest of the house. Frank produced a pair of bolt cutters from his backpack. "Always come prepared," he said with a grim smile, snapping through the lock with a metallic crunch that seemed unnaturally loud. The door swung open with a long, pained creak. Stale, musty air wafted out, carrying the sense of mold, dust, and something else. Something vaguely chemical, like formaldehyde. We stepped inside, flashlights revealing a front hall with peeling wallpaper and a grand staircase covered in debris. The house had clearly been abandoned for decades, yet oddly, there were no signs of the usual squatters, vandals, or animals that typically take over vacant buildings. No graffiti, no beer cans, no bird nests or rodent droppings. Just dust and decay and that strange, unsettling stillness. "We should check the basement first," I suggested, remembering Joel's note. "Find the door. Old houses like this usually have cellar access from outside, but there might be an interior entrance too." We moved cautiously through the ground floor, checking each room. The furniture was largely gone, but here and there stood artifacts of previous inhabitants: a broken rocking chair, a cracked mirror, a child's doll with one eye missing. In what must have been the kitchen, Pastor Wilkins discovered a door that led to the basement. It wasn't locked, but the hinges protested loudly as we pulled it open, revealing a set of steep wooden stairs descending into darkness. Frank went first, his powerful flashlight cutting through the gloom. I followed close behind, my gun ready, every nerve on high alert. The stairs groaned dangerously beneath our weight. The basement was a large, open space with a dirt floor and stone foundation walls. Old tools hung from hooks, and decaying cardboard boxes were stacked in corners. But what immediately caught our attention was the fresh disturbance in the center of the room. The dirt had been recently moved, creating a cleared circle about 8 feet in diameter. In the center of this circle was a wooden door laid flat on the ground, with a large iron ring for a handle. "A trapdoor," Mrs. Thompson breathed. We gathered around it, our flashlights illuminating the weathered wood. There were symbols carved into the door's surface, not the pentagram or occult symbols I half expected, but strange angular marks that reminded me of ancient runes. "We should leave," Pastor Wilkins said suddenly, his voice tight with fear. "Get the sheriff. Come back in daylight." Part of me agreed wholeheartedly with this sensible suggestion. But a stronger part knew that Joel might be down there, that waiting could cost him his life, if he was still alive at all. "I'm going in," I said, gripping the iron ring. "The rest of you can wait here if you want." No one moved to leave as I heaved the door open, revealing a black void beneath and the top of a ladder leading down. A cold draft rushed up from the opening, carrying that same chemical smell, stronger now, mixed with something earthy and organic. One by one, we descended the ladder, finding ourselves in a narrow tunnel that looked unnervingly like a mine shaft, supported by wooden beams and lit at intervals by bare bulbs hanging from a wire that ran along the ceiling. "This wasn't built by kids," Frank muttered, examining the construction. "This is professional work, old but solid." The tunnel stretched ahead, gently sloping downward. We followed it in tense silence, our footsteps and breathing unnaturally loud in the confined space. After about 200 yards, the tunnel widened into a larger chamber. What we saw there would haunt my nightmares for years to come. The chamber was roughly circular, about 30 feet in diameter, its walls and ceiling carved from the bedrock. Torches and iron brackets provided flickering illumination, casting long shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. The air was thick with the chemical smell I'd noticed before. which I now recognized as some kind of incense or preservative. In the center of the room stood a stone altar, its surface stained dark. Around it, a circle had been drawn in what looked horribly like dried blood. Candles in black holders marked the cardinal points of the circle, but it was what surrounded the altar that turned my blood to ice. Children, at least a dozen of them, stood motionless around the perimeter of the room. They were unnaturally still, their pale faces expressionless, all with those same terrible black eyes. Among them, I spotted the two I'd first seen under the streetlight. They didn't acknowledge our presence, didn't turn or speak. They simply stared at the altar as if waiting for something. "Dear God," Pastor Wilkins whispered, clutching his Bible to his chest. Frank aimed his flashlight at the far wall, revealing shelves carved into the rock. They held dozens of glass jars containing cloudy liquid and what looked like preserved organs. Beside them stood a bookshelf with ancient leather-bound volumes. Mrs. Thompson grabbed my arm suddenly, her nails digging into my skin. "Look," she hissed, pointing to a dark recess. My flashlight beam found what she'd seen. A man slumped against the wall, his head lolling forward. Joel. I started toward him, but Frank held me back. "Wait," he warned. "Something's not right." As if on cue, all the children turned their heads in perfect unison to stare at us. The silence in the chamber became suffocating. Then the tallest boy spoke, his voice incongruously normal for such an abnormal creature. "You shouldn't have come here," he said. "This is not for you to see." "What have you done with Joel?" I demanded, aiming my gun at him, though I doubted it would have any effect. The boy smiled, a terrible sight with those black eyes. "He let us in, not through his door, through his mind. He was curious. He wanted to know what we were." The smile widened. "Now he knows." Joel stirred then, raising his head slowly. My flashlight illuminated his face, and a cry of horror escaped my throat. His eyes, Joel's kind, laughing eyes, were gone, replaced by the same glossy blackness as the children's. "Run," Joel said, his voice a hollow echo of itself. "Run, Alaric. They're coming through." "Through what?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Through us," the boy answered. "We are the doors, the vessels, prepared for them." The children began to chant, a low, rhythmic sound in a language I'd never heard, with syllables that seemed to hurt my ears. The candles flared higher, and the ground beneath our feet trembled. "We need to go," Frank urged, tugging my arm. "Now!" The chanting grew louder. The children's bodies began to twitch and contort in ways that defied human anatomy. Joel rose to his feet, moving with jerky, puppet-like motions. "They've been preparing for decades," he said in that strange, hollow voice, "finding children, changing them, opening the way." The chamber shook more violently. Dust and small rocks showered down from the ceiling. One of the torches fell from its bracket, igniting a puddle of oil on the floor. The flames spread quickly, catching on ancient, dry wood. "The tunnel's collapsing," Pastor Wilkins shouted above the noise. "We have to get out." I made one last desperate attempt to reach Joel, but Frank and Mrs. Thompson dragged me back. "He's gone, Alaric," Frank said grimly. "There's nothing we can do for him now." We fled, stumbling back up the tunnel as the earthquake intensified. Behind us, the children's chanting never faltered, even as the chamber began to collapse. The tunnel groaned ominously, support beams cracking. We reached the ladder just as the ceiling started to give way. One by one we scrambled up, Frank bringing up the rear. He had just cleared the opening when the tunnel collapsed completely, a thunderous roar followed by billowing dust. We slammed the trapdoor shut and fled the house, not stopping until we reached our cars. As we drove away, I looked back to see flames engulfing the old Victorian, black smoke billowing into the night sky. Sheriff Holloway arrived with the fire department, but by then the house was a raging inferno. We told him everything. About Joel, the children, the tunnel, the chamber. He didn't believe us, of course. Thought we'd gotten lost in the woods, found an old moonshiner's still, and panicked. The fire was blamed on our carelessness with flashlights and matches. The official report listed Joel as a missing person. The remains of the house were bulldozed and the property fenced off. Most people in Harney forgot about the incident within a few months. But we knew. We knew what we'd seen. The black-eyed children disappeared from Harney after that night. No more knocking on doors, no more sightings under streetlights. Life gradually returned to normal as it could be with the memories we carried. I stayed in town for another year, but the nightmares never stopped. I'd wake up gasping, convinced I could hear children whispering outside my window. Sometimes, I'd catch glimpses of black eyes in crowds or reflections. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I sold my house, quit my job, and moved 3 states away. It's been over 20 years now. I've built a new life, found some measure of peace, but I still check the locks twice before bed. I still avoid being out after dark. And whenever I hear a knock at the door, my heart stops for just a moment. Because deep down, I know they're still out there. The black-eyed children, waiting, watching, looking for doors to open, not just in houses, but in minds, in souls. And sometimes on the darkest nights, I think of Joel. I wonder if he's still down there, trapped in the collapse, or if he's walking among us, those terrible black eyes hidden behind sunglasses, looking for others to invite in. I wonder if someday they'll find me again, and I wonder what I'll do when they knock. The radio crackled to life at 2:47 p.m. on October 15, 2019, interrupting what had been a relatively peaceful Tuesday afternoon. I was Vincent Russo, 34 years old at the time, and had been working as a game warden for the Montana Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for nearly 9 years. I was sitting in my patrol truck outside a local diner, finishing up paperwork from a morning citation, when dispatch's voice cut through the static. Unit 47. We have a report of illegal discharge of firearm. Suspect was shooting at deer from a blue pickup truck on Clearwater Ridge Road, approximately 3 miles south of the Riverside intersection. Homeowner witnessed the incident and reports the vehicle fled southbound. I keyed the mic, my coffee growing cold in the cup holder. Unit 47 responding. ETA 15 minutes. The autumn air was crisp as I pulled onto Clearwater Ridge Road, the aspens showing their golden colors against the backdrop of dark evergreens. It was the kind of afternoon that usually made me grateful for my job, until it didn't. The road wound through dense forest, broken occasionally by large properties carved out of the wilderness. These were the homes of people who'd moved here for privacy, for the solitude that only Montana could offer. As I approached the reported location, I spotted the house immediately. It was a sprawling log structure set back from the road, with a massive lawn that gradually transitioned into thick woodland. The property screamed money, probably some tech executive or retired surgeon who'd bought their slice of paradise. I pulled over and radioed for backup, standard procedure for any investigation involving firearms. 10 minutes later, Ranger Bobby Kowalski arrived in his own patrol vehicle. Bobby was a veteran with 23 years on the force, a man who'd seen enough poaching incidents to fill a book. His weathered face and steady demeanor made him the perfect partner for situations like this. We'd worked together dozens of times, and I trusted his judgment completely. "What have we got, Vince?" Bobby asked as he stepped out of his truck, adjusting his gear belt. "Shots fired from a blue pickup. Target was deer on private property. Homeowner called it in." I gestured toward the house. "Figure we should canvass the area first, see if we can find any evidence before we knock on doors." The shoulder of the road was soft dirt and gravel, perfect for holding evidence. We walked slowly along the edge, our eyes scanning for shell casings, tire tracks, anything that might tell us what happened here. The October sun filtered through the canopy above, creating dancing shadows that made our search both easier and harder. Bobby found it first. "Here," he called, crouching down near a patch of disturbed earth. "Fresh, 30-06 casing, still warm." I walked over and examined the brass shell. It gleamed in the afternoon light, and when I touched it with the back of my hand, I could feel the residual heat from being fired. The placement told us everything. The shooter had indeed been positioned on the road shoulder, firing toward the property. Textbook poaching behavior. "I'll document this," I said, pulling out my phone to photograph the evidence. "You want to talk to the homeowner?" Bobby nodded and headed toward the house while I bagged the shell casing and began looking for additional evidence. The trajectory of the shot would have carried the bullet toward the large lawn and into the tree line beyond. If the deer had been hit, there might be blood, fur, or other signs of impact. I worked my way methodically across the lawn, my eyes scanning the grass for any disturbance. The property was immaculate, clearly maintained by professional landscapers. But as I approached the edge where manicured grass gave way to wild forest, something caught my attention. A dark stain on the bark of a large oak tree about chest high. Moving closer, I could see the fresh scar in the wood where a high-powered rifle bullet had struck. The impact was clean and deep, the kind of mark that spoke to significant velocity and stopping power. I photographed the damage from multiple angles, making note of the height and angle for our report. But it was what I found at the base of the tree that made my stomach tighten. Dark droplets spattered the fallen leaves, blood still wet enough to glisten in the dappled sunlight. The deer had been hit, after all. Following a blood trail is something every game warden learns early in their career. Wounded animals leave signatures in their wake, droplets of blood, disturbed vegetation, tracks that show injury or distress. This trail was different somehow, though I couldn't put my finger on exactly why at first. The blood drops were larger than I'd expected from a deer, even a large buck. They seemed to hit the ground with more force, creating splatter patterns that suggested significant volume. But what really caught my attention was the spacing between drops. The stride length was enormous, far longer than any deer I'd tracked. I documented each major blood drop with my phone, following the trail as it led deeper into the forest. The terrain began to rise, a gentle slope at first that quickly steepened into a proper ridge. The trees grew thicker here, creating a canopy so dense that the afternoon light barely penetrated. Pine needles and fallen leaves muffled my footsteps as I climbed. The blood trail continued up the ridge, but the drops were becoming more sparse. Either the animal was bleeding less or it was moving faster despite its injury. Both possibilities were troubling in their own way. A wounded deer that stops bleeding might survive, but it also might be dying slowly somewhere in these woods. A wounded deer that speeds up despite blood loss was showing signs of panic or desperation. I reached the crest of the ridge and paused to catch my breath. The view beyond was striking. A narrow gully cut through the landscape like a scar, its bottom choked with thick brush and fallen timber. During spring runoff or heavy storms, this would be a rushing waterway. Now, in the dry autumn, it was a corridor of tangled vegetation stretching off into the distance. The blood trail had vanished completely. I spent several minutes combing the area around the ridgeline, looking for any sign of where the wounded animal might have gone. The ground here was rocky and covered with a thick mat of pine needles that wouldn't hold tracks well. After 20 minutes of fruitless searching, I decided to take a different approach. Standing still, I listened. The forest around me was alive with small sounds, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant call of a crow, the scurrying of small animals through the underbrush. But underneath it all, I could hear something else. Movement. Deliberate movement through the brush down in the gully, coming from somewhere to my right. My first thought was relief. The deer was still mobile, which meant it might survive its wound if the bullet had passed through muscle rather than hitting vital organs. I'd be able to assess its condition and decide whether it needed to be put down humanely or could be left to heal naturally. I was about to call out to announce my presence, standard procedure when tracking potentially dangerous wounded animals, when the wind shifted. The smell that hit me nearly made me retch. It wasn't the smell of blood or even fresh death. This was something far worse. The overwhelming stench of advanced decomposition mixed with other odors I recognized from crime scenes I'd assisted with over the years. The smell of human waste, of infection, of things that should be buried deep underground. My hand instinctively moved to the radio on my belt, though I wasn't sure what I'd report. The movement in the gully was getting closer, and the stench was growing stronger. Whatever was making its way through the brush wasn't trying to be quiet. I could hear branches snapping, the scrape of something being dragged across rocks and fallen logs. The sounds were wrong somehow, Not the careful steps of an injured deer picking its way through dense cover, but something far more careless and heavy. I remained motionless on the ridge, every instinct telling me to stay hidden while my curiosity warred with a growing sense of dread. Through the gaps in the trees, I began to catch glimpses of movement, dark shapes shifting between the trunks, too brief and fragmented to make sense of. The thing that emerged from the deeper woods was not a deer. At first, my brain simply refused to process what I was seeing. The shape was wrong, the size impossible. The very existence of such a creature contrary to everything I knew about the natural world. But as it moved closer, passing between the widely spaced trees in the gully, the details became unavoidable. It stood at least 8 feet tall, with shoulders so broad they seemed to span half the width of the narrow ravine. The entire form was covered in dark brown hair, but not the clean, healthy fur of a living animal. This hair was matted and patchy, hanging in clumps from frame that moved with an awkward, shambling gait. The face was the worst part. As it turned slightly in my direction, I got a clear view of features that belonged in a nightmare. The bone structure was massive and primitive, like something from a museum display of early human evolution. But where there should have been intelligent eyes, I saw only horror. The left eye socket was completely empty, just a dark hollow that seemed to stare at nothing. The right eye was intact but clouded completely white, the kind of milky opacity I'd seen in animals dead for days. The mouth hung open, revealing teeth stained dark with substances I didn't want to identify. Part of the lower lip appeared to be missing entirely, giving the face a lopsided, grotesque appearance. But it was the body that made me understand this thing was not alive, despite the fact that it was walking. The torso showed massive trauma, deep gashes that revealed gray muscle tissue beneath. The wounds were old, with edges that had dried and darkened rather than healed. These weren't fresh injuries from the rifle shot I'd been tracking. The abdomen was largely gone. What remained of the chest cavity yawned open, and I could see desiccated organs hanging loose inside. Intestines dangled from the right side of the torso like grotesque party streamers, swaying with each labored step. The smell that accompanied this vision was indescribable. Every breath I took made me fight the urge to vomit. The left leg bore a massive wound on the outer thigh, a chunk of flesh and muscle simply absent, leaving a crater that should have made walking impossible. But somehow, this thing continued to move, dragging itself forward with determination that defied all logic. The right foot was completely gone. Where there should have been toes and a heel, there was only the blunt end of an ankle bone, worn smooth from contact with rocks and dirt. The creature was literally walking on its own skeletal remains, each step producing a wet, grinding sound that carried clearly through the still air. I had stopped breathing entirely, afraid that even the smallest sound might draw its attention. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Perhaps this was some kind of elaborate hoax, a movie prop that had been abandoned in the woods. But the smell was too real, too overwhelming to be anything artificial. And the way it moved, the casual indifference to injuries that should have been instantly fatal, spoke to something far beyond human understanding. The creature continued its shambling progress down the gully, following some path or purpose I couldn't comprehend. It moved with the aimless determination of something operating on instinct alone, like a wind-up toy that had been set in motion and couldn't stop. Each step was deliberate but uncoordinated, as if the connection between mind and body had been severed, but the motor functions continued anyway. I watched in horrified fascination as it gradually disappeared into the deeper woods, the sound of its passage fading until only the smell remained. Even after I could no longer see it, the stench lingered in the air like a presence, a reminder that what I'd witnessed was undeniably real. For what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I remained frozen on that ridge, my mind struggling to process what I'd witnessed. Every rational thought told me that what I'd seen was impossible. Dead things don't walk. They don't pursue mysterious purposes through mountain forests. They don't exist in a state between life and death that defies every law of nature I'd ever learned. But the evidence of my senses was overwhelming. The smell still hung in the air around me, a mixture of decay and corruption that no amount of imagination could conjure. My eyes had recorded details with crystal clarity. The empty eye socket, the missing flesh, the impossible locomotion of something that should have been motionless in a grave somewhere. As the immediate shock began to wear off, other sensations crept in. The October air suddenly felt colder against my skin. The shadows between the trees seemed deeper and more threatening. Every small sound in the forest around me, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, made me jump with adrenaline-fueled terror. I needed to get back to Bobby. I needed to get back to civilization, to radio communication, to the world of logical explanations and rational responses. But I also needed to move carefully. The thing I'd seen had disappeared deeper into the woods, but I had no idea where it was headed or if it might circle back. Forcing myself to move slowly and quietly, I began retracing my path down the ridge. Every step felt exposed, vulnerable. The trees that had seemed like peaceful wilderness 20 minutes ago now felt like potential hiding places for horrors I couldn't imagine. My hand rested on the grip of my service weapon, though I had serious doubts about whether bullets would have any effect on something that was already dead. The descent seemed to take forever. I found myself pausing after every few steps, listening for any sign that I was being followed. The normal sounds of the forest had returned, birds calling, small animals moving through the underbrush. But they felt different now, as if the entire ecosystem was on edge. When I finally reached the bottom of the ridge and stepped back onto the manicured lawn of the property, the relief was overwhelming. The sight of Bobby's patrol vehicle parked on the road shoulder was like a beacon of normalcy in a world that had suddenly become unrecognizable. Bobby was standing by the oak tree where I'd found the bullet impact, examining the damaged bark with professional interest. He looked up as I approached, and I could see his expression change immediately. Years of law enforcement experience had taught him to read faces, and mine must have been telling a story he didn't like. "Find something?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. I opened my mouth to answer and found I had no idea what to say. How do you explain the impossible? How do you tell a respected colleague, a man who's seen everything the Montana wilderness has to offer, that you've just witnessed something that shouldn't exist? Had a scare in the woods, I managed, using our standard phrase for encounters with the unexplained. Bobby studied my face for a moment longer, then nodded slowly. He'd been a game warden long enough to know that the wilderness held secrets, that sometimes officers encountered things that defied easy explanation. The unofficial policy was simple. If it didn't threaten public safety, you filed it away as one of those stories you told around campfires. The homeowner didn't see much, Bobby said, steering the conversation back to familiar territory. Heard the shot, looked out the window in time to see a blue pickup driving away fast. Didn't get a plate number, but said it looked like an older Ford, maybe early 2000s. I nodded, grateful for the return to normal police work. Found the bullet impact in that oak. Looks like a clean miss on whatever they were shooting at. It was a lie, of course. The thing I'd seen in the woods bore wounds that could have come from a dozen different sources, but I was certain none of them were from today's hunting incident. Whatever had happened to create that creature, it had occurred long before some poacher decided to take an illegal shot at deer from the roadside. "You okay, Vince?" Bobby asked quietly. "You look like you've seen a ghost." The choice of words made me shudder involuntarily. A ghost would have been easy to explain compared to what I'd actually encountered. Ghosts were supposed to be translucent, ethereal, confined to old houses and ancient graveyards. They didn't shamble through mountain forests with intestines hanging from their rib cages. "I'm fine," I said, though we both knew it wasn't true. "Just need some water." I walked back to my patrol truck and pulled a bottle of water from the cooler I kept in the back seat. The first sip tasted like salvation, washing away the residual flavor of decay that seemed to cling to my mouth and throat. I drank the entire bottle without stopping, then opened another. Bobby finished documenting the bullet impact and collecting additional evidence while I tried to regain my composure. We spent another 30 minutes canvassing the area, looking for tire tracks or other signs that might help identify the shooter. It was routine work, the kind of investigation I'd conducted hundreds of times before, but my heart wasn't in it. Every time I looked toward the tree line, I found myself searching for signs of movement. Every shift in the wind made me tense, waiting for that horrible smell to return. The knowledge that something impossible was out there, wandering through the same forests I patrolled daily, had fundamentally changed my relationship with the wilderness I'd devoted my career to protecting. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. I sat in my small apartment on the outskirts of Helena, nursing a beer and staring at my laptop screen, trying to find some rational explanation for the creature I'd encountered. My initial searches yielded the usual collection of Bigfoot sightings, blurry photographs, and conspiracy theories, but none of them described anything like what I'd witnessed. The Sasquatch enthusiasts talked about intelligent, elusive creatures that avoided human contact. They described animals that were very much alive, possibly even possessing a primitive culture and communication system. What I'd seen bore no resemblance to those accounts. The thing in the woods had been unmistakably dead, moving through some process that violated every principle of biology I understood. I expanded my search to include zombies, though I felt ridiculous typing the words into the search bar. Most of the results were entertainment-related: movies, television shows, video games. The few scientific articles I found discussed Haitian folklore and the use of neurotoxins to create zombie-like states in humans. But again, nothing that explained how a massive, ape-like creature could continue functioning with catastrophic injuries and obvious decomposition. Around midnight, I stumbled across something that made me sit up straighter. It was a brief mention in a research paper about chronic wasting disease, CWD, a neurological disorder that affects deer, elk, and other cervids. The disease causes animals to lose weight, display abnormal behavior, and eventually die. But what caught my attention was a single paragraph about unusual locomotion in affected animals. According to the researchers, deer with advanced CWD sometimes continued moving even after brain function had severely deteriorated. They described animals that seemed to be operating on basic motor impulses alone, walking in circles or straight lines for hours without apparent purpose. The disease affected the brain in ways that disrupted normal behavior while leaving basic movement patterns intact. Could something similar affect other species? Could there be a variant of CWD that affected primates or whatever species the creature I'd seen represented? I spent the next hour researching prion diseases, the category of neurological disorders that included CWD. Mad cow disease was another example, along with Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in humans. The more I read, the more plausible it seemed. Prion diseases worked by corrupting proteins in the brain, causing them to misfold and clump together. The process was irreversible and always fatal, but it could take months or even years to fully destroy neural function. In the meantime, affected animals displayed increasingly bizarre behavior as different parts of their brains shut down. But even this explanation had major holes. The creature I'd seen wasn't just neurologically impaired, it was physically decomposed. The missing flesh, the exposed organs, the empty eye socket, these were signs of death and decay, not disease. No amount of prion corruption could explain how something in that condition could continue walking around. I closed the laptop and tried to sleep, but rest wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that horrible face again. The empty socket where an eye should have been. The mouth hanging open in a permanent expression of mindless hunger. The shambling gait that spoke of something operating beyond the normal constraints of life and death. The next morning I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. I couldn't face the prospect of going back into those woods, of patrolling the same area where I knew that thing was wandering. My supervisor was understanding. Ranger work was stressful, and mental health days were not uncommon in our profession. Instead, I drove to the University of Montana in Missoula, about 2 hours south of Helena. I'd heard they had an excellent wildlife biology department, and I hoped someone there might be able to offer insights into what I'd witnessed. I couldn't tell them the truth, of course, but I could ask hypothetical questions about prion diseases and their effects on large mammals. Dr. Sandra Whitmore was a professor of wildlife pathology who'd spent 20 years studying disease in wild animal populations. She was in her early 50s, with graying hair and the kind of patient demeanor that made her popular with both students and visiting law enforcement officers seeking expertise. Game wardens don't usually show up asking about CWD unless they've found something troubling, she said, after I'd introduced myself and explained my interest in neurological diseases. Hypothetically, I said carefully, what would be the most extreme symptoms you might see in an animal with advanced prion disease? Dr. Whitmore leaned back in her chair, considering the question. Well, the brain deterioration can be quite extensive. We've documented deer that walk in perfect circles for hours, elk that approach humans without fear, moose that forget how to eat. The disease essentially erases learned behaviors and eventually disrupts even basic motor functions. Could an animal continue moving even if it was severely injured? That's an interesting question. Pain reception would certainly be affected as the disease progresses. We've seen deer with broken legs that continue trying to walk normally, as if they can't process the injury signals their bodies are sending. I thought about the creature's missing foot, the way it had walked on its ankle bone without apparent distress. What about primates? Could they be affected by similar diseases? Dr. Whitmore's expression became more guarded. There are prion diseases that affect primates, certainly. Kuru was documented in human populations in Papua New Guinea, but I'm not aware of any cases involving North American ape species. Because there aren't any North American ape species, I said. Exactly. She studied my face carefully. Is there something specific you're dealing with, Ranger? I wanted desperately to tell her everything, to describe what I'd seen and get her professional opinion, but I could already imagine how that conversation would go. At best, she'd think I was suffering from stress-related hallucinations. At worst, she'd question my fitness for duty and recommend psychiatric evaluation. Just trying to understand the possibilities, I said. Thank you for your time. As I drove back toward Helena, Dr. Whitmore's words echoed in my mind. There weren't any North American ape species, which meant that either I'd witnessed something that science hadn't yet cataloged, or I'd seen something that had once been cataloged but was supposed to be extinct. The third possibility, that I'd simply imagined the entire encounter, was becoming harder to accept. The memory was too vivid, too detailed, too consistent with itself to be a hallucination. And Bobby had seen the change in my demeanor, had recognized that I'd encountered something that shook me to my core. No, what I'd seen was real. The question was, what to do about it? 3 days later, I forced myself to go back. I couldn't continue avoiding the area indefinitely without arousing suspicion from my supervisor. More importantly, I needed to know if the creature was still out there, still wandering through forests where hikers and hunters might encounter it. Whatever that thing was, it represented a potential danger to the public, and I had a professional duty to assess that threat. I returned to the same location where Bobby and I had investigated the poaching incident, but this time I came alone. I parked my patrol truck in the same spot on the shoulder and sat for several minutes, gathering my courage. The October weather had turned colder, with low-hanging clouds that threatened snow. The forest looked different in the gray light, more ominous and less welcoming. I'd brought additional equipment this time, a digital camera with a telephoto lens, a portable GPS unit, and extra batteries for my radio. If I encountered the creature again, I wanted to document it properly. The photos would either provide evidence of something extraordinary or reveal that my memory had been corrupted by fear and stress. The walk up the ridge felt longer this time, each step weighted with dread. The blood trail I'd followed 3 days earlier had been washed away by a brief rainstorm, leaving no trace of the original poaching incident. But I wasn't looking for deer blood anymore. I was looking for signs of something far more disturbing. I reached the crest of the ridge and paused, listening carefully. The forest was quieter than it had been during my previous visit. Even the birds seemed subdued, their calls muted and infrequent. The silence felt oppressive, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. Moving carefully down into the gully where I'd first seen the creature, I began searching for physical evidence. If something that large and that badly decomposed had passed through this area, it should have left traces. Footprints, disturbed vegetation, perhaps even tissue samples caught on branches or thorns. I found them near a fallen log about 50 yards from where the creature had first appeared. The tracks were unlike anything I'd seen in 20 years of wildlife work. They were enormous, easily twice the size of the largest human footprint, but irregularly shaped. The right track showed clear evidence of the missing foot I'd observed, just a blunt impression where toes should have been. But it was the depth of the impressions that truly unsettled me. Despite the creature's obvious state of decay, it was still incredibly heavy. The tracks sank deep into the soft earth, deeper than even a healthy animal of that size should have made. It was as if the thing was made of stone rather than flesh and bone. I photographed each clear track from multiple angles, using a dollar bill for scale reference. The GPS coordinates went into my notebook along with detailed descriptions of what I'd found. This was evidence that could be analyzed, measured, compared to known animal tracks. It was proof that I hadn't imagined the encounter. Following the trail of tracks led me deeper into the gully, through areas where the canopy was so thick that afternoon felt like twilight. The creature had moved in a fairly straight line, pushing through thick brush without deviation. Whatever intelligence had once guided this thing, it no longer bothered with efficient pathfinding. After about a quarter mile, the tracks led to something that made my blood freeze. There, in a small clearing surrounded by ancient pines, I found what could only be described as a nest. It wasn't built in the way that living animals construct shelters. There was no apparent design or engineering involved. Instead, it looked like someone had simply gathered every piece of organic debris in the area and piled it into a rough circle. Dead branches, fallen logs, clumps of moss, even what appeared to be animal bones, all heaped together in a depression between the roots of a massive tree. The smell hit me as I approached. It was the same overwhelming stench of decay I'd encountered during my first sighting, but concentrated and intensified. This was clearly where the creature had been spending time, perhaps sleeping, or simply waiting for whatever drove it to move. I forced myself to examine the nest more closely, breathing through my mouth to minimize the assault on my senses. Mixed in with the organic debris were items that didn't belong, pieces of fabric, a few scattered coins, what looked like a hiking boot. These were clearly things the creature had encountered and collected, though whether by accident or design was impossible to determine. Most disturbing were the bones. There were far too many of them, and they came from a variety of different animals. Deer bones mixed with what might have been elk, along with smaller fragments that could have come from rabbits or birds. Some of the bones showed clear tooth marks, suggesting they'd been gnawed on. But the marks were wrong. Too large and too widely spaced to have come from any known predator in the area. I was photographing a particularly large femur when I heard the sound. It came from somewhere behind me, back toward the direction I'd approached from. The same casual crashing through underbrush that I'd heard during my first encounter, accompanied by that awful smell getting stronger. The creature was returning to its nest, and I was directly in its path. My training kicked in immediately. I had two choices: try to hide and hope it passed by, or retreat quickly before it arrived. Given the size of the clearing and the lack of adequate cover, hiding wasn't really an option. I gathered my equipment as quietly as possible and began moving toward the far side of the clearing, away from the approaching sounds. But I wasn't fast enough. As I reached the edge of the trees, the creature emerged into the clearing behind me. This time I got a much clearer look at it. In the gray afternoon light, every horrifying detail was visible with crystal clarity. The missing eye socket was even more pronounced than I'd remembered, a dark hollow that seemed to peer into nothing. The clouded remaining eye showed no recognition or intelligence, just the blank stare of something operating on pure instinct. The creature's movements were more labored than they'd been 3 days earlier. The missing foot made each step a struggle, and I could see that new injuries had appeared on its torso. Several ribs were now visible through torn flesh, and something that might have been part of a lung protruded from a gap between bones. But despite its deteriorating condition, the thing was still mobile, still driven by whatever force animated it. It shambled directly toward the nest, apparently unaware of my presence just 20 yards away. I remained perfectly still, barely breathing, as it began examining the contents of its grotesque shelter. What I witnessed next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The creature picked up one of the bones from the pile, a deer femur that still had scraps of flesh attached, and began gnawing on it with mechanical persistence. There was no hunger in the action, no satisfaction or enjoyment. It was simply a motion the thing performed, like a machine following its programming. The sound of teeth scraping against bone echoed through the clearing. Dark fluid, whether blood or some other bodily fluid, dripped from the creature's mouth as it chewed on tissues that were already in advanced stages of decomposition. The sight was so revolting that I had to clamp my hand over my mouth to prevent myself from retching. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the creature dropped the bone and settled into the nest. It didn't lie down in the way a living animal would rest. Instead, it simply stopped moving, remaining upright but motionless, like a horrible statue placed in a shrine of decay. I waited another 10 minutes before beginning my retreat. Moving with extreme caution, I worked my way out of the gully and back up the ridge, constantly checking over my shoulder to make sure I wasn't being followed. Only when I reached my patrol truck did I allow myself to breathe normally again. Sitting in my truck with the engine running and the heater blasting, I stared at the photos I'd taken on my camera's small display screen. The images were clear and detailed, showing tracks and evidence that no rational person could dismiss as imagination or hallucination. I had proof now. Documented, measurable proof that something impossible was living in the Montana wilderness. But proof of what, exactly? And more importantly, what was I supposed to do with this information? The professional thing to do would be to report my findings immediately, contact my supervisor, call in a team of wildlife biologists, alert the proper authorities. But I could already imagine how that conversation would unfold. Game wardens who reported zombie Bigfoot sightings didn't tend to keep their jobs very long, regardless of how much photographic evidence they brought to the table. There was also the question of public safety. If this thing posed a genuine threat to hikers or hunters, I had a duty to warn people. But how do you issue a warning about something that shouldn't exist? How do you tell people to avoid an area because it's inhabited by a decomposing cryptid without causing mass panic or becoming the subject of ridicule? I thought about Dr. Whitmore at the university. She might be willing to examine my photos and evidence to offer a scientific perspective on what I'd documented. But even she would struggle to explain how something in that state of decay could continue functioning. The radio crackled to life, interrupting my thoughts. Dispatch was calling all units about a missing hiker in the Glacier National Park area, about 60 miles north of my current location. An experienced outdoorsman had failed to return from a solo camping trip, and search and rescue teams were being organized. For a moment I felt a chill of possibility. Could there be a connection? Could the creature I'd been tracking have expanded its range, moved into areas where it might encounter unsuspecting humans? The timing could be coincidental, but the location was troubling, close to known Bigfoot sighting areas. I keyed the radio to volunteer for the search operation, but then hesitated. If I was right about the connection, I'd be sending search teams into potential danger without warning them about what they might encounter. But if I was wrong, I'd be wasting resources and time that could mean the difference between life and death for the missing hiker. In the end, I made the decision that would change everything. I couldn't risk other people encountering what I'd seen without warning them first. But I also couldn't file an official report about zombie Bigfoot. The solution was to find someone I trusted, someone with enough experience and credibility to handle the information appropriately. I called Bobby Kowalski. "Hey, Vince," he answered on the second ring. "Heard you called in sick the other day. Everything okay?" "Bobby, I need to talk to you about what happened at that poaching scene. Can you meet me somewhere private?" There was a pause. "This about that scare you had in the woods?" "It's about a lot more than that. Can you meet me at Murphy's Bar in an hour?" "Sure, kid, I'll be there." Murphy's Bar was a local establishment popular with law enforcement and emergency services personnel. It was the kind of place where off-duty cops and rangers could drink beer and trade stories without worrying about civilian oversight. More importantly, it had a back room that afforded privacy for sensitive conversations. Bobby was already there when I arrived, nursing a beer and looking concerned. He was still in uniform, having come directly from his shift. I bought a beer for myself and gestured toward the back room. "This is that kind of conversation?" he asked. "Yeah, it really is." We settled into a corner booth where we couldn't be overheard. I pulled out my camera and set it on the table between us. "Bobby, I need you to listen to what I'm about to tell you with an open mind, and I need you to look at these photos before you decide I've lost my sanity." For the next 30 minutes, I told him everything. The blood trail that led to something impossible. The creature I'd witnessed shambling through the forest. the nest I'd discovered and the evidence I'd collected. Bobby listened without interruption, his expression growing more serious with each detail. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. Finally, he reached for the camera and began scrolling through the photos. His face remained carefully neutral as he examined the tracks, the nest, the bones scattered around the clearing. "These tracks," he said finally. "You're sure they're real?" "I watched it make them, Bobby. I saw that thing walking on the stump of its ankle bone." "And the smell you described?" "Worse than anything I've ever encountered. Worse than that week-old car accident victim we found 2 summers ago." Bobby continued studying the photos, zooming in on details and examining them from different angles. His 23 years of experience had taught him to read sign and evaluate evidence with scientific precision. I knew he was looking for signs of manipulation or hoax, anything that might explain what he was seeing in rational terms. "The bone damage," he said, pointing to one of the photos. "Those tooth marks are too big for any predator in this region." "That's what I thought too." "And you said this thing was definitely dead, not just diseased or injured?" "Bobby, I've seen plenty of injured animals. This wasn't injury. Half its abdomen was missing. It was walking around with its intestines hanging out of its body." He set the camera down and looked at me directly. "Vince, in 23 years of doing this job, I've seen things that don't make it into official reports, things that don't fit into neat categories or scientific explanations. But this, I know how it sounds." "Do you?" "Because what you're describing challenges everything we understand about life and death. You're talking about something that should be impossible. But you believe me." Bobby was quiet for another long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "I believe you saw something. And these photos, they're evidence of something that shouldn't exist. The question is, what we do about it." Bobby and I spent the next 2 hours developing a plan. We couldn't file an official report, not yet anyway. But we also couldn't ignore the potential threat to public safety. Our solution was to create an unofficial watch on the area, monitoring it for signs of the creature while documenting everything we found. Bobby had contacts at the state university, people who might be willing to examine our evidence confidentially. He also knew search and rescue coordinators who could be quietly warned to exercise extra caution in certain areas without being told exactly why. We agreed to return to the site together the following week, this time with better equipment and backup protocols. If the creature was still there, we'd attempt to gather more comprehensive evidence. If it had moved on, we'd try to track its path and predict where it might go next. But fate had other plans. 2 days later, Bobby called me at 6 in the morning. His voice was grim and urgent. "Vince, we've got a problem. They found the missing hiker." "Dead?" "Worse. Turn on the news." I fumbled for the television remote, my heart already racing. The local morning news was leading with the story. A search and rescue team had found the missing hiker's remains in a remote area of Glacier National Park. The reporter's description of the scene made my blood run cold. The body had been discovered in a condition that defied explanation. According to the medical examiner's preliminary report, the victim showed signs of predation by an unknown animal. But the damage was unlike anything documented in North American wildlife attacks. The bite marks were too large, the pattern of injury too extensive for any known predator. More disturbing was the state of the campsite. The hiker's gear had been scattered across a wide area, as if something had investigated each item individually before discarding it. Personal belongings were mixed with organic debris in a pattern that reminded investigators of nest-building behavior. But it was the final detail that confirmed my worst fears. The reporter mentioned that search teams had found unusual tracks at the scene, enormous footprints that didn't match any cataloged North American wildlife. The tracks showed evidence of some kind of injury or deformity to the right foot. I called Bobby back immediately. "It moved north. Looks that way. The timing fits with when you last saw it." "Bobby, we have to do something. This thing killed someone." "I know. I'm already making calls. Give me 2 hours, then meet me at the ranger station." When I arrived at the ranger station, Bobby had assembled a small group of people I'd never seen before. They included Dr. Sandra Whitmore from the university, whom I'd interviewed about prion diseases, and two other individuals who introduced themselves only by first names, presumably federal agents of some kind. Ranger Russo, Dr. Whitmore said as I entered the conference room. Ranger Kowalski has shared some very interesting photographs with us. The atmosphere in the room was tense but professional. These people were clearly taking the situation seriously, which was both reassuring and terrifying. If federal agents were involved, it meant that what I'd discovered had implications beyond simple wildlife management. One of the agents, a woman who looked to be in her 40s with prematurely gray hair, spoke first. "We need you to understand that everything discussed in this room is classified. You'll be signing documentation to that effect before you leave." "What kind of documentation?" I asked. "The kind that ensures this conversation never happened," the other agent replied. He was younger, with the kind of rigid posture that suggested military background, at least as far as public record is concerned. Dr. Whitmore leaned forward. "Ranger Russo, what you've documented appears to be related to a biological phenomenon we've been tracking for several years. This isn't the first incident of its kind." "There are others?" "Isolated cases, scattered across multiple states, always in remote wilderness areas, always involving what witnesses describe as impossible creatures that appear to be both dead and mobile." The female agent pulled out a file folder and removed several photographs. They showed tracks similar to what I'd documented, along with images of disturbed campsites and scattered remains. "We've been calling them Class D entities. The designation stands for deceased locomotive." "You mean there are multiple zombie Bigfoot creatures wandering around?" "We don't use that terminology," the male agent said sharply. "But yes, there appear to be several entities exhibiting similar characteristics. The one you encountered appears to be the most advanced case we've documented." Dr. Whitmore spread out additional papers on the table. "We believe these entities are the result of an unknown pathogen, something that can reanimate deceased tissue while maintaining basic motor functions. It's unlike any disease process we've previously encountered." "Are they dangerous?" "The Glacier Park incident suggests they can be," the female agent replied. "Previous encounters have been limited to livestock predation and property damage. This is the first confirmed human fatality." Bobby had been quiet throughout the exchange, but now he spoke up. "What do you need from us?" "Continued monitoring and documentation," Dr. Whitmore said. "If the entity returns to the area where Ranger Russo first encountered it, we need to know immediately. We're assembling a response team, but we need real-time intelligence." The male agent handed me a secure satellite phone. "This connects directly to our operations center. If you see the entity again, call immediately. Don't attempt to approach or interact with it under any circumstances." "What happens when you catch it?" "That's classified," the female agent said. "But we can tell you that public safety is our primary concern. These entities represent a potential threat that must be contained." As we prepared to leave the meeting, Dr. Whitmore pulled me aside. "Ranger Russo, I want you to understand the significance of what you've documented. This could represent a completely new form of post-mortem biological activity. The scientific implications are staggering, and the public safety implications are equally significant. If this pathogen can affect one unknown hominid species, there's no telling what else it might be capable of. We need to understand it before it spreads." Driving home that evening, I found myself looking at the Montana wilderness with completely different eyes. The forests I'd spent my career protecting now seemed to harbor secrets that challenged the very foundations of biological science. Somewhere out there, something that should have been dead was continuing to move, to hunt, to exist in defiance of natural law. The secure phone sat on my passenger seat, a tangible reminder that my life had changed forever. I was no longer just a game warden. I was part of a classified operation dealing with threats that existed beyond public knowledge or understanding. 3 weeks later, I was shot by a drunk poacher during an unrelated incident. The bullet shattered my left shoulder and ended my career as a field ranger. During my recovery, I received word through unofficial channels that the entity I'd encountered had been contained by the federal response team. I never learned exactly what that meant. Now, 5 years later, I work as a civilian consultant for the state wildlife department. mostly desk work and training new rangers. I've never spoken publicly about what I witnessed in those woods, and I never will. The classification agreements I signed ensure that. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder how many other impossible things are wandering through the American wilderness. How many other creatures that shouldn't exist are living in the spaces between what science understands and what nature allows. I hope I never find out. But I also hope that if someone else encounters what I did, they'll have the courage to document it, to report it, to ensure that the proper authorities are alerted. Because if there's one thing I learned from my experience, it's that the world contains horrors we're not prepared to acknowledge, and ignoring them doesn't make them go away. My name is Dale Ashworth. Back in '98, I was working a dead-end job selling insurance to farmers outside of Ely, Nevada. Life in Ely was quiet. Too quiet. Not much ever happened, except for that one time. It started with Old Man Jensen. He came into town one afternoon, eyes wide and wild, babbling about something tearing through his chicken coop, taking his livestock. Said it was like nothing he'd ever seen before. Now, Old Man Jensen was known to chase a shot of whiskey with a tall tale, so most folks just nodded along. But I'd seen a look in his eyes, a raw terror I hadn't seen since my time in the service. It stuck with me. A few days later, I was driving back from a sales call out near Steptoe Creek. It was getting late, the sun already dipping below the Shoshone Mountains. Shadows stretched long and deep, turning the sagebrush into lurking shapes. I stopped at a roadside diner for a cup of coffee and a slice of pie. The place was empty except for a trucker hunched over a plate of fries, and the waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read, Doris. "Quiet night," I said, settling onto the red vinyl stool. Doris just shrugged. "Everyone's on edge. Sheriff's been warning folks about some missing cattle out by the old copper mine." I took a sip of the bitter coffee. "Old Man Jensen's story?" Doris looked at me surprised. "You heard about that? Sheriff thinks it's coyotes, but—" She trailed off, shaking her head. I finished my pie and paid up. The night air was cold, sharp against my skin. I started the drive back to Ely, the headlights cutting through the darkness. That's when I saw it. A flash of movement in the headlights, too big for a coyote, too fast for a dog. It darted across the road, disappearing into the sagebrush. I pulled over, my heart pounding in my chest. I wasn't sure what I expected to find. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Or maybe Old Man Jensen wasn't so crazy after all. I got out of the car, the silence heavy around me. The only sound was the wind whistling through the sagebrush. I took a few steps toward where I'd seen the movement, my hand hovering near the tire iron I kept under the driver's seat. "Hello?" My voice sounded small and lost in the vastness of the night. There was no answer, just the wind and the silence. I waited, listening, but there was nothing. I told myself it was nothing. Just a coyote, or maybe even a stray dog. But deep down I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold desert air. The next morning, I called the sheriff's office. They weren't much help. Said they'd had a few calls, but nothing concrete, just shadows and rumors. But the rumors grew. A camper found his supplies torn apart, his food gone. A rancher reported strange tracks near his water trough, tracks unlike anything he'd seen before. The townsfolk of Ely, once dismissive, started locking their doors at night. The whispers started spreading like wildfire through the dry brush. Something was out there, something hungry. One night, I was having a beer at the only bar in town, the Miner's Rest. The place was mostly empty, just a few regulars huddled at the bar, speaking in hushed tones. "Heard they found Jimmy's truck out by the old mine," said a man in a dusty cowboy hat. Truck was empty, door wide open. Another man chimed in, shaking his head. Jimmy was a young guy, just moved to town a few months back. He was trying to make a go of it, working on the ranch outside of town. I'd sold him a life insurance policy, just in case. Now I wished I hadn't. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the flash of movement in my headlights, hearing the whispers in the bar. I knew I had to do something. I drove out to the old copper mine the next day. The road was little more than a dirt track, barely wide enough for my car. The mine itself was a scar on the landscape, a gaping maw of darkness leading into the heart of the mountain. The air was heavy with a silence that felt almost oppressive. I got out of the car, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. And then I saw them. The tracks. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Large, three-toed prints sunk deep into the dry earth. They led towards the mine entrance, disappearing into the darkness. I knew then that whatever had taken Jimmy, whatever was stalking the outskirts of Ely, was real, and it was waiting for me inside that mine. I stood there staring at those tracks for what felt like hours, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. Three-toed prints, each one nearly the size of a dinner plate, with strange claw marks extending forward. Not a bear, not a mountain lion, nothing native to these parts could leave marks like these. I snapped a few photos with the disposable camera I kept in my glove box for insurance claims. Evidence, I thought. Something to show Sheriff Daniels that this wasn't just another tall tale. Back in town, I went straight to the sheriff's office. Marge, the dispatcher, gave me a tired smile as I walked in. "Dale Ashworth," she said. "What brings you by today?" "Not another speeding ticket, I hope." "I need to see Sheriff Daniels," I replied, clutching the camera in my sweaty palm. "It's important." Sheriff Daniels was a stocky woman in her 50s with steel-gray hair and eyes that had seen too much. She'd moved to Ely after 20 years with the Las Vegas PD, looking for a quieter life. I doubted this was what she had in mind. "Ashworth," she nodded, gesturing to the chair across from her desk. "What can I do for you?" I told her everything. Jensen's chickens, the thing I'd seen on the road, Jimmy's empty truck, and the tracks leading into the mine. She listened without interrupting, her expression giving nothing away. "And you've got pictures of these tracks?" she asked when I finished. I handed over the camera. "They need to be developed, but they're there. Sheriff, something's out there. Something dangerous." She sighed, pocketing the camera. "I'll get these developed and check out the mine myself. In the meantime, try not to spread panic. This town runs on tourism and ranching. Last thing we need is rumors about some monster in the hills." I left feeling dismissed, a familiar feeling in Ely. I'd only lived there for 3 years, still an outsider by local standards. But I knew what I'd seen. That night, I dreamed of the mine. In my dream, I was walking deeper and deeper into its dark tunnels, the walls pressing in around me, the air thick with the smell of copper and something else, something rotten and ancient. I could hear scratching, scuttling sounds ahead of me getting closer. I woke up gasping for air, sheets soaked with sweat. The next day brought news that chilled the town to its core. 2 teenagers, out for a joyride, had gone missing. Their car was found abandoned at the Steptoe Valley overlook. Keys still in the ignition, radio still playing, no signs of struggle, no blood. Just empty space where 2 young lives should have been. The town called an emergency meeting at the high school gymnasium. Nearly everyone showed up. The air was thick with fear and cigarette smoke as Sheriff Daniels tried to maintain calm. "At this time, we have no evidence of foul play," she announced, her voice steady. "Search and rescue teams are combing the area. We'll find those kids." An angry voice called out from the back of the room. "What about the tracks, Sheriff? The ones Dale found?" All eyes turned to me. I felt the weight of their stares, some curious, others accusatory. Sheriff Daniels cleared her throat. "We're investigating every lead. But right now I need everyone to stay calm and stay out of the back country until we know more." After the meeting, Jensen approached me, his weathered face tight with worry. "You believe me now, don't you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "About what I saw." I nodded. "What exactly did you see, Jensen? You never really said." He glanced around nervously as if afraid of being overheard. "It was big. Moved on 2 legs, but not like a man. Too fast. Too jerky. Like watching one of them stop-motion monsters in the movies. And its eyes," he shuddered. "They caught the light from my porch, glowed like hot coals." A chill ran down my spine. "Why didn't you tell the sheriff all this?" Jensen gave a bitter laugh. "You think she'd believe an old drunk like me? Hell, Half the time I don't believe myself. That night, Ely changed. Doors were double-locked, shotguns loaded, children kept indoors. The easy peace of our quiet town had been shattered. Something was hunting in the shadows of the Nevada desert, and we were all potential prey. The next morning I was awakened by insistent knocking at my door. It was Tom Grady, who ran the local garage. "Dale," he said, his face pale beneath his perpetual tan. "Sheriff wants to see you. They found something at the mine." The drive to Steptoe Mine was tense, the road now lined with police cruisers and a county coroner's van. My stomach dropped at the sight. Whatever they'd found, it wasn't good. Sheriff Daniels was standing near the mine entrance, conferring with a man in a state police uniform. When she saw me, she broke away and walked over. "You were right about the tracks," she said, without preamble. "State's sending in a wildlife expert, but that's not why I called you here." She led me to a clearing near the mine entrance. The ground had been recently disturbed, the dirt freshly turned. And there, half uncovered, was a human arm, the flesh partially torn away, the bone gleaming white in the morning sun. "We think it's Jimmy," she said, her voice professionally detached. "Can't be sure until the coroner does his job, but the watch matches the description his mother gave us." I felt sick. What? What did this to him? Sheriff Daniels shook her head. "That's what I'm hoping you can help us figure out. You're the one who's been connecting the dots. And there's something else." She handed me a plastic evidence bag. Inside was a large curved claw, nearly 6 inches long. It was a sickly yellowish color, tapering to a wicked point. "Found it stuck in what's left of his rib cage," she said quietly. "Never seen anything like it. You?" I shook my head, unable to take my eyes off the claw. It looked prehistoric, like something that belonged to a creature that should have died out millions of years ago. "Whatever left those tracks," I said, "whatever killed Jimmy, I think it's still in that mine." Sheriff Daniels nodded grimly. "That's what I'm afraid of, and I think it's time we went in after it." The next 24 hours were a blur of preparation. Sheriff Daniels assembled a small team, herself, me, Deputy Carson, a former Army Ranger, Dr. Eliza Webb, the county coroner, and surprisingly, Old Man Jensen, who knew the layout of the mine better than anyone. "Used to work those tunnels back in the 70s, he explained, his hands shaking slightly as he traced routes on an old mining map. "Place goes deeper than most folks realize. Company records say they abandoned it because the copper ran out, but that ain't the whole truth." "What is the truth?" I asked, sensing there was more to his story. Jensen's watery blue eyes met mine. "Men went missing. Equipment got destroyed. Strange noises from the deep shafts. Company called it cave-ins and equipment malfunctions. But us miners, we knew better. Something was down there with us." Sheriff Daniels looked skeptical but didn't dismiss him outright. "Whatever's in there has killed at least one person that we know of, maybe 3, if it's got those teenagers. We go in armed, we stay together, and at the first sign of serious trouble, we retreat. This isn't about being heroes." We gathered at the mine entrance at dawn. The early morning light cast long shadows across the rocky terrain, making every juniper bush and scrub oak look like a crouching figure. We were armed with shotguns, pistols, high-powered flashlights, and radios. Dr. Webb carried a tranquilizer gun loaded with enough ketamine to drop a grizzly. "Just in case it's something we can capture," she explained, though her tone suggested she didn't believe that would be possible. The entrance to Steptoe Mine was a dark rectangle cut into the mountainside, supported by weathered timber beams. A set of rusted rails extended from the opening, remnants of the carts that once carried copper ore from the depths. The tracks I'd seen earlier led straight inside, distinct even in the hard-packed dirt of the mine floor. "Everybody stay close," Sheriff Daniels instructed. "Carson takes point. I'll bring up the rear. Dale, you and Dr. Webb stay in the middle with Jensen." The mine swallowed us like a living thing. 20 feet in, the daylight faded to a distant rectangle, and the temperature dropped noticeably. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, illuminating rough-hewn walls streaked with copper oxide and ancient soot from mining lamps. The air was stale, heavy with dust, and the metallic tang of minerals. Jensen guided us deeper, pointing out side tunnels and ventilation shafts. Main shaft goes down almost 800 feet, he explained. But there's natural caverns, too, places the mining company never fully mapped. We followed the tracks, which remained clear in the dust on the tunnel floor. They led us deeper into the mine, past abandoned equipment and the occasional rat skeleton. The silence was oppressive, broken only by our footsteps and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. After about half an hour, we reached a junction where the mine split into 3 separate tunnels. The tracks led down the middle passage, which sloped steeply downward. "This one goes to the deepest part," Jensen said, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space. "Where they hit the water table, had to stop drilling there." Deputy Carson knelt by the tracks, examining them closely with his flashlight. "These look fresher here. Whatever made them, it's been using this path regularly." A sudden noise from deep in the tunnel made us all freeze. A scraping sound, like claws on stone, followed by a splash. Then silence. "It's down there," Jensen whispered, his face pale in the flashlight beam. In the flooded section, Sheriff Daniels chambered around in her shotgun. "Let's move, carefully." The tunnel grew narrower as we descended, the ceiling lower, forcing us to crouch slightly. The air grew damper and the walls glistened with moisture. The tracks became less distinct in the increasingly muddy floor, but were still visible. Then we found the first body. It was one of the missing teenagers, or what was left of him. The remains had been partially consumed, the flesh torn from the bones in large chunks. His face was mercifully intact, frozen in an expression of absolute terror. Dr. Webb knelt beside the body, her professional demeanor cracking slightly. "This didn't happen here," she said quietly. "The body was brought here after death. There's not enough blood." "It's storing food," Jensen said, his voice hollow. "Like a goddamn pantry." A shiver ran down my spine at the thought. Not just a predator, but something intelligent enough to save its kills for later. Further down the tunnel, the ground became increasingly wet until we were splashing through shallow puddles. The tunnel eventually opened into a larger chamber, where the mining operation had broken through into a natural cavern. The floor was covered in about 2 feet of dark water, reflecting our flashlight beams in distorted patterns against the ceiling. And there, half submerged in the murky water, was the second teenager. Unlike the first, this body showed signs of being recently killed. Blood still clouded the water around it. "It's close," Deputy Carson whispered, scanning the darkness with his light. "Very close." That's when we heard it. A sound like wet leather stretching, followed by a splash from the far side of the cavern. All our lights swung in that direction, illuminating a sight that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. It rose from the water like something from a primeval nightmare. Tall, at least 7 feet, with a body that seemed wrong in ways I couldn't immediately process. Its skin was a sickly grayish-green, slick with moisture, stretched tight over a frame that was both skeletal and muscular. The head was elongated, lizard-like, with a mouth full of needle-sharp teeth that gleamed in our flashlight beams. Its eyes reflected the light like a cat's, glowing an unnatural yellow-orange. But it was the limbs that disturbed me most. Too long, too jointed, ending in 3-fingered hands and feet, tipped with the same curved claws we'd found in Jimmy's body. It moved with a jerky, unsettling grace, like something trying to remember how muscles should work. For a moment, we all stood frozen in horror, our lights fixed on the creature. It tilted its head, studying us with an intelligence that was somehow more terrifying than mindless aggression. Then Sheriff Daniels broke the spell, raising her shotgun. "Everyone back!" The creature moved with impossible speed, leaping from the water and scuttling across the ceiling like a monstrous insect. Dr. Webb fired the tranquilizer gun, but the dart glanced off the creature's hide. Deputy Carson got off 2 shots from his pistol before the thing dropped behind a pile of rocks. "Move!" Sheriff Daniels shouted, firing her shotgun into the darkness where the creature had disappeared. "Back to the junction!" We retreated in panicked disorder, splashing through the water, slipping in the mud. I could hear it moving around us, circling, using the darkness and its knowledge of the tunnels to flank us. Jensen was ahead of me when I heard him scream. I swung my light toward the sound, just in time to see the creature drag him into a side tunnel, its clawed hand clamped over his mouth. I fired my pistol, the shots deafening in the confined space, but I couldn't tell if I hit anything. We reached the junction, gasping for breath, down one man. Sheriff Daniels did a quick head count. "Where's Jensen?" "It got him," I said, still trying to process what I'd seen. "Pulled him into a side tunnel. I shot at it, but..." Dr. Webb was pale, her hands shaking as she tried to reload the tranquilizer gun. "That thing, it's not natural. Not any known species." "We need to get out," Deputy Carson said, his professional calm finally cracking. "Call in the National Guard or something. That thing is..." He never finished his sentence. With a sound like tearing canvas, the ceiling above us collapsed, and the creature dropped into our midst. It landed on Carson, claws sinking deep into his shoulders. His scream was cut short as those terrible jaws closed on his throat. Sheriff Daniels fired, the shotgun blast catching the creature in its side. It screeched, a high, piercing sound that made my teeth ache, and released Carson, who collapsed in a bloody heap. Dr. Webb grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the exit tunnel. "Run!" We ran, the creature's shrieks echoing behind us. Sheriff Daniels brought up the rear, firing backward as she ran. I could hear the thing pursuing us, its strange, multi-jointed gait causing an uneven rhythm of splashes and scrapes. Daylight appeared ahead, the exit, still so far away. My lungs burned, my legs numb from exertion and fear. Behind us, the creature's shrieks grew closer. Then Sheriff Daniels cried out. I turned to see her on the ground, the creature on top of her, its claws tearing at her tactical vest. Dr. Webb and I both fired, our shots echoing deafeningly in the tunnel. The creature jerked with the impacts but didn't fall. Instead, it looked up at us, those terrible orange eyes reflecting our flashlight beams. And it made a sound. Not a shriek this time, but something worse. Something like laughter. Then it grabbed Sheriff Daniels and dragged her into the darkness. Dr. Webb and I staggered out of the mine into the harsh daylight, blood-spattered and wild-eyed. We were the only survivors of the expedition into Steptoe Mine. Whatever dwelled in those dark tunnels had claimed 3 more victims in a matter of minutes, and I knew with cold certainty that it wouldn't stay in the mine forever. News of the disaster spread through Ely like a wildfire. Sheriff Daniels, Deputy Carson, and Old Man Jensen, all dead, taken by some kind of creature living in the abandoned mine. The rational world we thought we knew had been torn apart in the space of a few hours. County officials took over, setting up a command post at the high school. State police arrived, along with wildlife experts and eventually a team from the Bureau of Land Management. Dr. Webb and I told our story again and again, describing the creature, the way it moved, the intelligence in those glowing eyes. Some believed us. Most didn't, or couldn't let themselves believe. They talked about mountain lions, about escaped exotic pets, about methane pockets causing hallucinations. Anything but the truth. That something inhuman was hunting in the desert hills around Ely. 3 days after the mine incident, they sealed the entrance with explosives. Problem contained, the county commissioner announced at a press conference. The unstable mine has been safely closed. Dr. Webb found me at the Miners' Rest that night, nursing my 3rd whiskey. She looked as haunted as I felt, dark circles under her eyes, her hand still trembling slightly when she lifted her glass. "They think it's over," she said, her voice bitter. "They didn't see what we saw." I nodded, staring into my drink. "You know what bothers me most? That sound it made, like it was laughing at us." "I've been doing research," she said, lowering her voice. "There are legends in this area. Shoshone stories about a creature that lives underground. They called it the hunger that walks. Said it would emerge during times of drought to hunt. And we're in year 3 of a drought," I murmured. "There's more," she continued. "The mine records Jensen mentioned, I found them in the county archives. In 1976, 6 miners disappeared in a single week. The company blamed it on a collapse in the deep shaft, but the bodies were never recovered. They sealed that section and kept mining for another year before shutting down completely." I took another drink, letting the whiskey burn away some of the fear. "So it's been down there for decades, maybe longer. And now we've blocked its main exit," she concluded grimly. The realization hit me like a physical blow. You think it'll find another way out. I think it already has. That night, on the southeastern edge of town, a family disappeared from their home. The Connors, husband, wife, 2 children. The front door was found ripped from its hinges, a trail of 3-toed footprints leading away from the house, across the yard, and down into a drainage culvert. The state police organized search parties combing the desert with dogs and helicopters. They found nothing. The Connors had vanished completely, just like Jimmy and the teenagers. Panic gripped Ely. Those who could leave did, packing up their cars and fleeing to relatives in other towns. Those who stayed armed themselves and boarded up their homes. The motels emptied of tourists, the gas stations ran low on fuel, and the grocery store shelves were stripped bare within days. I stayed, though I'm not sure why. Maybe because I felt responsible somehow. Maybe because I'd looked into those alien eyes and couldn't just walk away. Or maybe because I knew, deep down, that there was nowhere to run. If this thing had been down in that mine for decades, who was to say there weren't others of its kind elsewhere? Dr. Webb stayed too. I'm a scientist, she said when I asked her why. I need to understand what this is. We set up a makeshift headquarters in the back room of the Miners' Rest. The owner, a Vietnam vet named Charlie, believed our story completely. Saw things in the jungle that shouldn't exist, he told us, checking the shells in his shotgun. Worlds full of nightmares we don't know about. We began mapping the creature's movements, marking each sighting, each missing person, each set of strange tracks found in the soft dirt around town. A pattern emerged. It was using the town's storm drainage system to move undetected, emerging at night to hunt, and it was learning. After the Connors, it became more cautious, taking lone victims who wouldn't be missed immediately. A homeless man who camped by the creek, a long-haul trucker whose rig was found abandoned at a rest stop, a young woman who'd gone for a late-night jog. 1 week after the mine was sealed, we caught a break. A teenage boy, out smoking behind the movie theater, saw something moving in the drainage ditch. Instead of running, he took a video with his phone, grainy, dark, but clear enough to show a tall, misshapen figure emerging from a large culvert. It's getting bolder, Dr. Webb said as we reviewed the footage. Coming out earlier in the evening, less afraid of being seen. Or hungrier, Charlie added. Way I see it, this thing's been living off whatever wandered into that mine for years. Now it's got to hunt in the open to feed itself. I studied the map we'd created, the pins marking each incident forming a rough circle around the town center. It's working its way inward, I realized, starting at the edges, moving towards more populated areas. Testing us, Dr. Webb nodded. Learning our patterns, our defenses. So what do we do? Charlie asked, voicing the question we'd been avoiding. How do you kill something like this? The answer came to us unexpectedly from the most unlikely source. Marge, the sheriff's dispatcher, had been going through Daniel's personal effects. Among them was a voice recorder, her habit from her days on the Vegas force. She'd had it running during the mine expedition. Most of the recording was useless, echoing footsteps, murmured conversations, the same things we remembered. But at the end, after Sheriff Daniels was taken, there was something else. Sounds of struggle, a scream cut short, and then a strange series of clicks and hisses. The creature, communicating in its own alien language. Dr. Webb spent hours analyzing the recording, isolating those sounds, playing them at different speeds. There's a pattern here, she insisted, her scientific mind finding order in what sounded like chaos to me. And listen to this. She played the recording at half speed. The clicks became deeper, the hisses longer, and beneath them, barely audible, was something like words. Hungry, long sleep, more come soon. A chill ran down my spine. It's talking, actually talking. Or we're hearing what we want to hear, Charlie countered, ever the skeptic despite his willingness to believe in the creature. But Dr. Webb was convinced. I think it's intelligent, maybe even sentient, and I think it was in hibernation until the mining activity disturbed it. And the more come soon part? I asked, not really wanting the answer. She met my eyes, her expression grim. I think it's not alone, or won't be for long. That night, Our theory was confirmed in the worst possible way. 3 separate attacks occurred simultaneously in different parts of town. 3 creatures, not one. Witnesses described them as similar but not identical. 1 larger, 2 smaller, but all with the same basic appearance. A family group, Dr. Webb theorized. The one from the mine and offspring, maybe? Or mates. Whatever they were coordinating their attacks, hunting with a terrible efficiency that left 7 more people dead or missing. The county commissioner finally requested state emergency assistance. The governor activated the National Guard. By morning, military trucks were rolling into Ely, setting up checkpoints and evacuation centers. Scientists from the CDC and other agencies arrived, talking about quarantine protocols and containment strategies. But I knew, as did Dr. Webb and Charlie, that conventional tactics wouldn't work against these creatures. They were too fast, too clever, too unlike anything we'd ever encountered. "We need to draw them out," I said during an emergency meeting at the high school. "All of them at once, into a place where we can trap them." "And how do you propose to do that?" a CDC official asked skeptically. I looked at Dr. Webb, who nodded slightly. We'd discussed this already, a desperate plan with little chance of success. "They hunt by sound and smell," she explained. "We've observed them responding to certain frequencies, machinery, engines. And they're drawn to large groups," I added. "Maximum prey potential." Charlie, who'd been silent until now, spoke up. "The old copper processing plant. South edge of town. Concrete walls 3 feet thick, limited access points. We rig it with speakers," Dr. Webb continued. "Broadcast the sounds that attract them. Get them all inside. And then blow the whole damn place sky high," Charlie finished grimly. The officials looked horrified, but the local residents who'd seen the aftermath of the attacks nodded in grim agreement. This wasn't about capture or study anymore. This was about survival. By sunset, the plan was in motion. The copper plant had been rigged with explosives by an Army Corps of Engineers team. Speakers salvaged from the high school's audio system were strategically placed to broadcast the sounds Dr. Webb had determined would attract the creatures, a mix of industrial noise and biological sounds that made my skin crawl. Most of the remaining townsfolk had been evacuated. Only volunteers stayed. Myself, Dr. Webb, Charlie, and a squad of National Guardsmen who'd drawn the short straw. We were positioned on nearby buildings with night vision equipment and high-powered rifles. As darkness fell, Dr. Webb activated the speakers. The sound that filled the night was like nothing I'd ever heard, screeching metal overlaid with something like whale song, punctuated by deep, thrumming bass notes that I felt in my chest cavity. "Now we wait," she said over the radio, her voice tight with tension. We didn't have to wait long. Within an hour, the first creature appeared, emerging from a storm drain near the plant. It paused, head tilted, listening to the sounds. Then it moved toward the building with that strange, jerky grace. "Target 1 approaching the east entrance," reported a guardsman. "Hold fire," came the response from the command post. "Wait for the others." 10 minutes later, the second creature appeared, slightly smaller than the first, moving with the same unsettling gait. It circled the building once before entering through a broken window. "Target 2 is inside," reported another guardsman. "Still no sign of Target 3. We waited, tense, scanning the darkness. Minutes stretched into an hour. The third creature didn't appear. "Maybe there are only 2, suggested the guard commander. But Dr. Webb shook her head. "We confirmed 3 separate attack sites. There are 3 of them." That's when I realized our mistake. The creatures were intelligent. They'd learned from each encounter, adapted their tactics. What if they'd recognized the trap? I was about to voice this concern when Charlie's voice came over the radio, calm but urgent. "Movement on the roof of the processing plant. I think it's been there the whole time, watching us." All eyes turned to the roof. And there it was, the largest of the 3 creatures crouched near the edge, its glowing eyes fixed on our position. It knew. Somehow it had understood our plan. Before anyone could react, it leaped from the roof, not toward the ground, but toward the building where Dr. Webb was stationed. I heard her scream over the radio, followed by gunfire. "Webb's in trouble," I shouted, already running toward her position. "Detonate now. Blow the plant." "But the other creatures?" began the commander. "Now!" I screamed. The explosion ripped through the night, a fireball rising into the sky as the processing plant collapsed in on itself. The two creatures inside never had a chance. But the third, the one that mattered most, was still out there. I reached Dr. Webb's building, weapon ready, heart pounding in my chest. The door to the roof access had been torn off its hinges. I could hear sounds of struggle above. Taking a deep breath, I rushed up the stairs, emerging onto the rooftop just in time to see the creature standing over Dr. Webb's prone form. It turned to face me, those terrible orange eyes reflecting the flames from the destroyed plant, and it spoke in a voice like gravel being crushed. "You are different." I raised my rifle but couldn't pull the trigger, transfixed by the fact that this thing, this nightmare, was actually communicating. "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature made that terrible laughing sound again. "Older than your kind. Sleeping until the earth shakes us awake." "Us?" I repeated, a new fear gripping me. "Many nests," it said, taking a step toward me. "Many waiting. Mining wakes us. Digging wakes us. We feed, we breed, we spread." It gestured toward the burning processing plant. "You kill my young. I kill you all." It lunged, faster than I could react. But before it reached me, a shot rang out. The creature staggered, orange blood spurting from a wound in its elongated head. Behind it, Dr. Webb had risen to her knees, a pistol clutched in her shaking hands. I didn't hesitate. I emptied my rifle into the creature's body, each impact driving it back a step. It shrieked, that bone-chilling sound of rage and pain, before toppling over the edge of the roof. By the time I reached the street, it was gone, a trail of orange blood leading to a storm drain, but no sign of the creature itself. Dr. Webb survived, though her injuries were severe. The town of Ely began the slow process of rebuilding, though many never returned. The official story blamed a gas leak for the explosion at the processing plant and a previously undocumented predator species for the deaths. But we knew the truth, and we knew it wasn't over. 6 months after what the locals came to call the Ely incident, I was still in Nevada, but I'd moved to Carson City. I'd tried to put the nightmare behind me, taking a job with a larger insurance company, dating a nice woman who worked at the local library, pretending that life could be normal again. Dr. Webb had moved to Boulder, Colorado, accepting a research position that she said would give her access to equipment she needed. She didn't specify what research she was conducting, but I could guess. The creature's final words haunted us both. Many nests, many waiting. We stayed in touch, sharing information about similar incidents around the western United States. There weren't many: a disappearance in an Idaho mining town, strange tracks found near an abandoned quarry in Arizona, but enough to establish a pattern. Always near places where humans had dug deep into the earth. Always in remote, sparsely populated areas. Then, on a cold November evening, my phone rang. It was Charlie, still tending bar at the Miners' Rest in Ely. "They found Jimmy's body," he said without preamble. "A group of hikers stumbled across it in a cave about 5 miles from the old mine. Medical examiner says he'd been dead at least 6 months. My blood ran cold. But we already found Jimmy, at the mine entrance." Charlie's voice was grim. "Exactly. So whose body did we find that day?" I flew back to Ely the next morning. The town had changed. Fewer people, more boarded-up buildings, an air of defeat hanging over the place. The mine remained sealed, guarded now by a permanent BLM presence that locals said was less about safety and more about keeping people away from whatever might still be inside. Dr. Webb met me at the airport, her face thinner than I remembered, her eyes burning with the intensity of obsession. She'd brought files, dozens of them, collected over months of research. "It's happening in other places," she said, as we drove to the morgue to examine Jimmy's newly discovered remains. "Small incidents, isolated cases, nothing that would make national news. But they're increasing in frequency." "The creatures are spreading," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "Or they were already there," she countered. "Hibernating, like ours said. Mining operations, fracking, deep well drilling. We're waking them up." At the morgue, The county's new medical examiner, a young man named Dr. Patel, showed us Jimmy's remains. They were skeletal, picked clean by scavengers, but the cause of death was clear. Massive trauma to the chest cavity, consistent with the claw marks we'd seen before. "And you're certain this is James Holbrook?" I asked. Dr. Patel nodded. Dental records confirmed it. The interesting part is the isotope analysis. He pointed to some charts that meant nothing to me. This individual died approximately 6 months ago, which matches the time frame of his disappearance. Then who was the body we found at the mine entrance? Dr. Webb asked. Dr. Patel hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. That's the puzzling part. The remains recovered 6 months ago were initially identified as Holbrook based on the personal effects found with the body. Wallet, watch, clothing. But the actual remains... He paused. They weren't entirely human. We both stared at him. "What do you mean, not entirely human?" I finally asked. "The tissue samples showed anomalous DNA. The previous ME attributed it to contamination or decomposition, but I've reviewed the slides." He lowered his voice. "Whatever that body was, its genetic structure was fundamentally different from ours. Enhanced musculature, bone density far beyond human norms, cellular structures that don't match any known terrestrial organism." Dr. Webb and I exchanged looks. A terrible possibility was forming in my mind. "Where are those remains now?" Dr. Webb asked. "CDC took them, said it was a potential new pathogen. That's the last I heard." Later, at the Miners' Rest, we shared our theory with Charlie. The bar was nearly empty, just a couple of locals nursing beers in the corner. "You're saying that first body, the one we thought was Jimmy, was actually one of those creatures?" Charlie looked skeptical. "It looked human enough to fool the coroner." "Because it was deliberately left for us to find," Dr. Webb explained. "Made to look human enough at first glance. It wanted us to find it, to bring it into town." "Like a Trojan horse," I added. "A way to infiltrate." Charlie's weathered face paled. "You think one of them is still here? In Ely?" I nodded slowly. "I think it's been here the whole time, watching, learning, maybe even breeding." The implications were staggering. If the creatures could disguise themselves as human, even imperfectly, they could be anywhere. Anyone who'd moved to town in the past 6 months could potentially be one of them. Dr. Webb laid out her research files on the bar. "I've been tracking unusual incidents across mining regions in the western states. Disappearances, livestock mutilations, strange sightings. They're spreading, Charlie, and they're getting better at hiding." "What about the one you shot?" Charlie asked. "The big one, on the roof?" "Never found," I reminded him. "It got away. Wounded, but alive." We spent the night reviewing Dr. Webb's files, looking for patterns, for weaknesses, for anything that might give us an edge. The creatures seemed vulnerable to high-caliber weapons, explosives, and possibly extreme heat. But they were also incredibly resilient and adaptable. "They're learning from each encounter," Dr. Webb observed. "The one that spoke to you, it had been observing us long enough to pick up language. It said mining wakes them," I recalled. "What if they've been down there for thousands of years, millions even? Some kind of prehistoric species that went underground to survive?" Dr. Webb considered this. "Or something that was never meant to be on the surface at all. An underground ecosystem we've barely begun to understand." The next day, we drove out to the sealed mine entrance. The BLM had erected a chain-link fence around the site, topped with barbed wire and warned with "Danger, keep out" signs. 2 bored-looking guards sat in a small prefab building near the gate. We weren't planning to go inside. We just wanted to see if there was any sign that something had come out since the sealing. Dr. Webb parked her car on a ridge overlooking the site, and we studied it through binoculars. "No obvious disturbances," she noted, "but that doesn't mean much. There are probably dozens of ways out that we don't know about. Natural fissures, old ventilation shafts." I was about to suggest we leave when I noticed one of the guards behaving oddly. He'd stepped out of the prefab and was looking around furtively, as if making sure he wasn't observed. Then he walked to the edge of the sealed mine entrance and bent down, placing something on the ground. "Are you seeing this?" I asked, handing the binoculars to Dr. Webb. She watched for a moment, then sucked in a sharp breath. He's feeding it, making an offering. Indeed, the guard had left what appeared to be a package wrapped in butcher paper, meat most likely, near a small opening at the base of the sealed entrance. An opening that, according to official reports, shouldn't exist. He's working with them, I whispered, though there was no way the guard could hear us from this distance. Or for them. Dr. Webb's face hardened. Or he is one of them. We retreated carefully, not wanting to be spotted. Back in town, we shared our discovery with Charlie, who looked increasingly alarmed. So now they've got people helping them, or they're disguising themselves as people? He shook his head. How do we fight something like that? It was a question I'd been asking myself for months. How do you combat an enemy that can hide among you, that can look like your neighbor, your coworker, the new deputy sheriff? We need to expose them, Dr. Webb said firmly. Find a way to detect them, to tell them apart from humans. And then what? Charlie asked. Even if we can identify them, how do we stop them? One at a time, if necessary, I said, a cold resolve settling over me. However many there are. That night, I couldn't sleep. The motel room felt too small, too vulnerable. Every sound from outside, a car passing, a dog barking, the wind rattling the windows, seemed amplified, threatening. I kept thinking about what the creature had said on the rooftop. Many nests, many waiting. How many were there? Dozens, hundreds, thousands, hibernating deep beneath the earth, waiting to be awakened by our endless drilling and digging? Around 3 a.m. my phone rang. It was Dr. Webb, her voice tense. Come to my room, now, and be careful. I grabbed my gun and made my way across the motel courtyard to her room. She let me in quickly, locking the door behind me. Her laptop was open on the bed, displaying what looked like medical scans. I've been reviewing the autopsy data from the creature we initially mistook for Jimmy, she explained, looking for physiological weaknesses, biological markers, anything we could use. And their body temperature runs significantly higher than ours, almost 108 degrees Fahrenheit. It would kill a human, but seems to be their normal state. She pulled up another image. And look at this cranial structure. The brain cavity is nearly twice the size of a human's, with unusual development in areas associated with sensory processing. So they're smarter than us, I concluded grimly. Different, she corrected. Adapted for different conditions, but yes, possibly more intelligent in certain ways, and definitely more physically capable. She showed me more images, enhanced musculature, reinforced bone structure, a digestive system capable of processing materials that would be toxic to humans. They're perfectly evolved predators, she said, and we're their ideal prey. Before I could respond, there was a knock at the door. We both froze, exchanging alarmed glances. It was the middle of the night. Who would be knocking? Dr. Webb? Came a voice from outside. It's Deputy Lewis. We need to talk. Deputy Lewis was one of the new officers hired after Sheriff Daniels' death. I'd never met him, but Dr. Webb had mentioned him as being unusually interested in her research. Dr. Webb moved to the window, carefully pulling back the curtain to peek outside. Her face paled. There are 3 of them, she whispered. Lewis and 2 others I don't recognize. The knocking came again, more insistent. Dr. Webb, please open the door, it's important. I drew my gun, motioning for Dr. Webb to stay back. What do you want, Deputy? I called. There was a pause, then, Mr. Ashworth, we need to speak with both of you about the mine. Dr. Webb was hastily gathering her research files, shoving them into a backpack along with her laptop. She gestured toward the bathroom window, our only other exit. The knocking became pounding, the door shuddering in its frame. Open the door now. We moved quickly to the bathroom, Dr. Webb climbing out first while I covered the door. I heard the wood begin to splinter. They were breaking it down. As I squeezed through the small window, I caught a glimpse of the door giving way. Deputy Lewis burst in, followed by 2 men in civilian clothes. But in the harsh motel lighting, their faces looked wrong, the proportions slightly off, the skin too tight over the bone structure. Their movements had that same unsettling, jerky quality I remembered from the mine. They weren't human. None of them were human. Dr. Webb and I ran for her car, bullets striking the pavement around us. I returned fire, hitting one of our pursuers in the chest. He staggered but didn't fall, orange blood seeping through his shirt. We made it to the car and sped away, tires screeching on the asphalt. In the rearview mirror, I could see them standing in the parking lot, watching us go. Not chasing, almost as if they knew something we didn't. "They're infiltrating," Dr. Webb said, her knuckles white on the steering wheel, "taking positions of authority. Lewis is a deputy sheriff, for God's sake." "Where are we going?" I asked, checking the ammunition in my gun. Only a few rounds left. "Charlie's," she replied. "We need to warn him, then get out of Ely. Take this to someone who can help. FBI, military, someone." But as we pulled up to Charlie's small house on the edge of town, we knew something was wrong. The front door stood open, swinging gently in the night breeze. A lamp had been knocked over in the living room, the bulb casting strange, elongated shadows across the walls. "Charlie?" I called, gun raised as we entered cautiously. There was no answer, just the oppressive silence of a house that had recently witnessed violence. In the kitchen, we found signs of a struggle. Broken dishes, a chair overturned, smears of blood on the linoleum floor. Charlie's shotgun lay on the floor, unfired. "They took him," Dr. Webb said, her voice breaking, "because he was helping us." I nodded grimly. "And they'll be coming back for us." We gathered what supplies we could find: ammunition for my pistol, food, water, Charlie's spare truck keys. We needed to get out of Ely, to take what we knew to someone who could help. But as we stepped outside, we realized it might already be too late. Cars were converging on the house, police cruisers, civilian vehicles, their headlights cutting through the darkness. I counted at least 5, containing perhaps a dozen people, or things that looked like people. "The back," I urged, pulling Dr. Webb toward Charlie's old pickup parked behind the house. We piled in, the engine roaring to life as the first of our pursuers reached the front yard. We took the back roads, avoiding the main highway where they would certainly have set up roadblocks. Dr. Webb navigated while I drove, both of us scanning the darkness for signs of pursuit. "Head for the old fire road through the Humboldt," she said, pointing to a barely visible track cutting through the sagebrush. "It connects to Highway 50, about 40 miles west. They might not think to cover it." The truck bounced and rattled over the rough terrain, the headlights illuminating just a few feet of the narrow dirt road ahead. Behind us, I could see distant headlights. They'd figured out our escape route. "They're coming," I warned, pushing the aging truck as fast as I dared on the treacherous road. Dr. Webb looked back, her face grim in the dashboard lights. "Dale, if they catch us—" "They won't," I cut her off, not wanting to consider the alternative. But deep down, I knew our chances were slim. These creatures had been hunting humans for who knows how long. They were faster, stronger, and now they had vehicles and weapons. And they were everywhere, disguised as the very people we might turn to for help. As we crested a ridge, I saw something that made my heart sink. More headlights ahead, coming toward us from the direction of Highway 50. They'd cut us off. "Hold on," I said, wrenching the wheel to the right, taking the truck off-road into the sagebrush. The undercarriage screamed in protest as we bounced over rocks and through shallow gullies. For a few minutes, it seemed like we might make it. The pursuing vehicles fell behind, unable to follow our erratic path through the desert scrub. But then the truck hit something hard, a hidden boulder or ditch, and the front axle snapped with a sound like a gunshot. We were stranded miles from the highway, with unknown numbers of hostiles closing in from all sides. "We need to move on foot," I said, grabbing the backpack with Dr. Webb's research. "Head for those hills. The rocks will give us cover." We ran, stumbling through the darkness, the moonlight our only guide. Behind us, I could hear vehicles stopping, doors slamming, voices calling out. They were organizing a search party. We reached the rocky hills and began climbing, seeking a defensible position. The rough stone tore at our hands, but fear drove us upward, away from the creatures that hunted us. Halfway up, we found what we were looking for, a small cave, barely visible in the darkness, its entrance hidden behind a stand of juniper trees. We crawled inside, collapsing on the cool dirt floor, gasping for breath. "We can't stay here long," Dr. Webb whispered. "They'll search every inch of these hills by morning." I nodded, checking my gun. 3 rounds left. Not nearly enough. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the distant sounds of our pursuers organizing their search. Flashlight beams swept across the hillside below, probing the darkness for any sign of us. "Dale," Dr. Webb said finally, her voice soft but determined. "If we don't make it out of here, someone needs to know what we've learned." She pulled a small digital recorder from her pocket, the same model Sheriff Daniels had used. "I've been documenting everything, the creatures, their abilities, their weaknesses, the locations of possible nests. It's all here." She pressed it into my hand. "One of us has to get this out to someone who can help." I understood what she was suggesting, a distraction. One of us would draw them away, giving the other a chance to escape with the evidence. "I'll go," I said immediately. "You take the research and the recorder. Head west toward Highway 50. But she shook her head. "You're a better shot, and you've faced them before. You'll have a better chance of fighting them off." She managed a small smile. "Besides, I was on the track team in college. I'm faster." Before I could argue, she handed me the backpack and the recorder. "Wait until I've drawn them away, then go east. There's a ranger station about 15 miles that way. They'll have a radio, vehicles." "Eliza," I began, using her first name for perhaps the first time. "You don't have to—" "Yes, I do," she cut me off. "Because if we both stay here or try to run together, we'll both be caught. And then everything we know dies with us." She gripped my arm tightly. "Promise me you'll get that information out. That you'll make people believe." I met her gaze in the darkness of the cave. Seeing the determination there, the courage, I nodded slowly. "I promise." She hugged me briefly, then moved to the cave entrance, peering out at the searching flashlights below. "Give me 5 minutes, then go." And then she was gone, scrambling down the hillside, intentionally making noise to attract attention. I heard shouts as they spotted her, saw flashlight beams converge on her position. Then came the sound of running feet crashing through the underbrush. The hunt was on. 5 minutes passed, then 10. The sounds of pursuit faded into the distance as Dr. Webb led them away from the cave, away from me and the vital information I carried. I waited until all was quiet, then slipped out of the cave and began moving east, using the stars to guide me. I walked through the night, my mind replaying everything we'd learned, everything we'd seen. The creature in the mine, speaking of many nests. The infiltrators taking human form, the spread of incidents across the western states. It was a nightmare beyond comprehension, an invasion so subtle, so insidious, that most people wouldn't realize what was happening until it was too late. As dawn broke over the Nevada desert, I reached the ranger station. It was small, just a cabin and a radio tower, but it represented safety, communication with the outside world. I approached cautiously, watching for any sign that they had reached here before me. The station appeared empty, the door locked. I broke a window to get inside, immediately heading for the radio. It was my lifeline, my only chance to warn the world about what was happening in Ely and, perhaps, in a dozen other small towns across the country. I set up Dr. Webb's laptop, plugging in the digital recorder, preparing to transmit everything we knew. As the equipment powered up, I gazed out the window at the rising sun. Somewhere out there, Dr. Webb was either still running or had been captured. Charlie was missing, possibly dead. And an ancient enemy was spreading, awakening from its long slumber beneath the earth, ready to reclaim the surface world from humanity. I keyed the microphone, took a deep breath, and began to speak. "This is Dale Ashworth, calling from Ranger Station 14 outside of Ely, Nevada. What I'm about to tell you will sound impossible, but I have evidence to support every word. 6 months ago, something emerged from an abandoned mine near Steptoe Creek. Something not human. Something that's been waiting beneath the earth for a very long time." And as I spoke, transmitting our findings to whoever might be listening, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That glowing orange eyes were fixed on the ranger station, on me, that the creatures already knew what I was doing and were coming for me, even now. But it didn't matter. The truth was going out. And even if they got me, even if they got all of us, someone would hear. Someone would know. Someone would fight. Because if there's one thing I learned in Ely, it's that humanity isn't ready to surrender the surface world. Not to hunger, not to darkness, not to the things that wait below. Not without one hell of a fight. I packed my gear with the methodical precision of someone who'd done this countless times before. The October air bit at my fingers as I loaded the truck, but I welcomed the familiar ritual. Work had been suffocating me for months, endless meetings, deadlines that meant nothing, colleagues who spoke in corporate buzzwords. I needed the wilderness, needed to remember what silence sounded like without the hum of fluorescent lights. The campground I'd chosen was remote, 40 miles from the nearest town, down a logging road that hadn't seen maintenance in years. Perfect. No cell towers, no other campers. Just me and whatever piece I could salvage from 3 days alone. I'd researched the area thoroughly. Black bear activity was minimal this time of year, weather forecast called for clear skies, and the nearest ranger station was only a 2-hour hike if something went wrong. Nothing would go wrong. The campsite felt wrong from the moment I arrived, not wrong in any way I could articulate. The clearing was perfectly adequate, with good drainage and wind protection from the surrounding pines. But something about the way the trees seemed to lean inward, creating shadows that stretched too far even in the afternoon sun, made my skin crawl. I'd been camping for 15 years. I trusted my instincts. But I'd driven 3 hours to get here, and the next closest site was another hour back down the mountain. I set up my tent with increasing unease. The silence wasn't the peaceful quiet I'd craved. It was oppressive, thick with an absence that felt deliberate. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. No whisper of wind through the pine needles. Just my own breathing and the mechanical sounds of aluminum poles clicking into place. As I drove the final stake into the hard ground, I noticed the trees around the perimeter. Their bark was scored with deep, parallel gouges that ran from shoulder height down to the roots. The cuts were old, healed over with years of growth, but they circled the entire clearing like territorial markings. I told myself they were from logging equipment, though I'd never seen machine marks that uniform or extensive. Darkness fell with the sudden finality that only comes in deep wilderness. I'd built my fire larger than necessary, feeding it constantly to keep the flames dancing high. The warmth felt good, but it was the light I needed most. Beyond the circle of orange glow, the blackness was absolute. Not the soft darkness of suburban nights, but something that seemed to swallow sound and movement entirely. I tried to read by headlamp, but the words kept blurring together. Every few minutes, I found myself looking up, scanning the tree line for movement that never came. The fire popped and hissed, sending sparks spiraling into the void above. When I finally forced myself to bank the coals and retreat to my tent, the zipper seemed impossibly loud in the stillness. Inside my sleeping bag, I lay rigid and alert. The tent walls rippled gently in what should have been a soothing breeze, but each movement of the fabric made me tense. Hours passed. I checked my watch repeatedly. 11:30, 12:45, 2:15. When exhaustion finally began to blur the edges of my awareness, I heard it. A sound like breathing, slow and deliberate, just outside the tent wall nearest my head. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound continued, rhythmic and unmistakably organic. Not wind, not fabric settling, but the measured inhalation and exhalation of something large. After what felt like an eternity, I worked up the courage to unzip the tent flap and shine my light into the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows, and the bitter scent of pine. I woke to find my fire completely cold, which shouldn't have been possible. I'd banked it properly, buried the coals under enough ash to keep them glowing until morning. But the pit contained nothing but gray powder that blew away when I stirred it with a stick. Around the dead fire, the earth was disturbed, not by wind or small animals, but by something that had deliberately scattered the ashes in a perfect circle. My food bag hung exactly where I'd left it, 12 feet up and 6 feet out from the nearest tree trunk. But the rope showed fresh fraying, as if something had tried to climb it during the night. The bag itself bore long tiers that went completely through the fabric, shredding my carefully packed meals into a mixture of torn packaging and scattered crumbs. I spent the morning cataloging the damage and trying to rationalize what I'd found. Bears didn't behave this way. They were powerful enough to simply tear down anything in their path, not methodical enough to scatter ashes in geometric patterns. The rope fraying bothered me most. It was exactly what I'd expect to see if something with claws had attempted to climb it, something that weighed enough to put significant strain on the line. By noon, I'd convinced myself to stay another night. I had enough food for 2 more days if I was careful, and whatever had visited my camp had obviously moved on. The daylight made everything seem less threatening, more manageable. I even managed to laugh at my paranoia as I repaired the food bag with duct tape. While gathering firewood in the afternoon, I found them. 3 separate piles of bones, each about 50 yards from my campsite, arranged in rough triangles around the clearing. They were old, bleached white by seasons of weather, but they'd been deliberately placed. Small bones mostly, rabbits, squirrels, what might have been a fox. But mixed among them were larger pieces I couldn't identify, long bones with deep score marks and joints that had been cleanly separated. The arrangement was too purposeful to be natural, too organized to be the work of scavengers. Each pile contained exactly 13 bones, laid out in the same spiral pattern. I counted 3 times to be sure. At the center of each spiral was a skull, animal skulls thankfully, but positioned to face directly toward my tent. I should have left then. Every rational part of my mind screamed at me to pack up immediately and drive back to civilization. But the sun was already low, and I'd heard too many stories about people getting lost on mountain roads in the dark. Better to wait until morning, keep a bigger fire, stay alert. Just one more night. As I built up my fire with shaking hands, I couldn't stop thinking about those skulls. Their empty sockets had seemed to track my movement as I'd discovered each pile. Impossible, of course, just the psychological effect of finding something so disturbing. But every time I glanced toward the trees, I felt their hollow gaze following me. The second night was worse, much worse. I fed the fire constantly, burning through most of my wood before midnight. In the dancing light, the trees seemed to shift and move, creating an endless illusion of figures just beyond the flame's reach. I told myself it was exhaustion and stress, that my mind was creating threats that didn't exist. Then I saw the eyes, not the brief flash of reflected light you'd expect from a deer or raccoon, but a steady, intelligent gleam from multiple points around the clearing. They appeared one at a time, always at the edge of my vision, always at exactly the height where a person's eyes would be if they were standing just inside the tree line. When I turned my headlamp directly toward them, they vanished instantly, leaving only darkness and the rustle of branches. I counted at least 7 distinct positions where the eyes had appeared. They never moved closer, never retreated, just watched with patient persistence. By 3 a.m., I was burning anything combustible I could find. Camp chairs, part of my food packaging, even some of my own clothes. The fire had to stay bright. In the darkness between the flames and the trees, something was waiting. The watching continued until just before dawn, when the eyes simply faded away as the sky began to lighten. I was left alone with the smoking remains of my oversized fire and the growing certainty that I was no longer the only thinking presence in these woods. I broke camp at first light, throwing my gear into the truck with desperate efficiency. The tent poles jammed in their connectors, the sleeping bag refused to compress properly, and my hands shook so badly I could barely grip the equipment. But I had to get out. Whatever was happening here had moved beyond my ability to rationalize or ignore. The truck started on the second try, rough and reluctant in the cold air. I'd never been so grateful to hear an engine turn over. As I pulled away from the clearing, I checked the rearview mirror one last time. The bone piles were gone. The entire area around my former campsite looked pristine and undisturbed, as if I'd never been there at all. The logging road seemed longer than I remembered, winding through dense forest that pressed close on both sides. Every turn looked identical to the last. Every landmark seemed to repeat itself in an endless loop. My GPS showed no signal, which wasn't unusual this deep in the mountains, but I'd driven this route just 2 days ago. I knew the way out. After an hour of driving, I passed my campsite again. The clearing appeared exactly as I'd left it, complete with the circular burn mark from my fire pit and the indentations where my tent stakes had been. But that was impossible. I'd been driving in a straight line down the mountain, following the only road out of the area. I stopped the truck and stared at the familiar space, trying to understand how I'd made a complete circle without realizing it. I've been driving for 6 hours now. The fuel gauge shows a quarter tank, dropping steadily toward empty. The logging road continues endlessly ahead, cutting through forest that never changes, never opens into the valleys I know must exist beyond these mountains. Every 30 minutes or so, I pass the clearing again, and each time something new has been added to the site. First, it was the bone piles back in their triangular arrangement around the fire pit. Then the trees around the perimeter began showing fresh scoring marks, as if something with very large claws had been sharpening them against the bark. The most recent time I passed, there were footprints in the soft earth around my former tent site. Not animal tracks, but the deep impressions of bare human feet, far too large to belong to anyone I'd ever seen. The sun is setting again, and I know I'll have to stop soon. The truck can't run forever, and I'm starting to hallucinate from exhaustion and fear. The radio plays nothing but static, occasionally interrupted by voices speaking in languages I don't recognize. My cell phone has been dead since yesterday, though I clearly remember it being fully charged when I left home. I can see lights ahead now, flickering between the trees. Not electric lights. The warm, irregular glow of a campfire. I know it's my clearing, know that whatever built that fire is waiting for me to run out of gas and join them in the darkness. But I also know I don't have a choice anymore. The engine is starting to cough. In a few minutes, I'll coast to a stop, and then I'll find out what's been watching me, what arranged those bones, what wanted me to stay so badly that it won't let me leave. God help me. I think I'm about to find out what happens to campers who don't make it home. The headlights are fading now. Something is walking toward the road from the direction of the fire, and I can almost make out its shape in the gathering dusk. I hope someone finds this journal. I hope they have better luck getting out than I did. The engine just died.